What if glory masked despair? As the streets of ancient Rome thrummed with anticipation, the air crackled with a tension that hinted at both celebration and sacrifice. A procession loomed, a triumph, the ultimate accolade for a victorious general. But beneath the surface lay shadows that whispered of darker truths. The clash of bronze armor and the rumble of chariots stirred the hearts of thousands. Yet the faces in the crowd wore a tapestry of emotions. Joy, envy, anxiety. In this moment, power was on display. But at what cost? The Roman triumph was no mere parade. It was a grand spectacle drenched in ritual, steeped in the blood of conquest. Waves of citizens lined the Via Sacra, eyes wide as the glimmering procession approached. The scent of incense mingled with the acrid smoke of sacrifice, a potent reminder that every victory demanded a toll. Ribbons of crimson draped over the statues of gods, as if even they trembled at the price of glory. Would the gods smile upon the victor, or were they watching with narrowed eyes, waiting for hubris to summon their wrath? At the front of the throng rode the newly crowned hero, a laurel wreath perched on his head like a crown of thorns. His chest swelled with pride, but a flicker of uncertainty clouded his gaze. For behind the triumph lay a labyrinth of betrayal, ambition, and the ever-looming threat of downfall. The cheers of the crowd rang hollow against the whispered doubts of his closest allies. What awaited him beyond the adoration? Would he be remembered as a savior or condemned as a tyrant? Behind the general, the captive enemies were chained, a living testament to the price paid for power. Their eyes burned with hatred, a stark contrast to the jubilant chaos around them. Each face told a story of loss and despair, echoing the haunting question, who truly triumphed? The line between victor and victim blurred, a chilling reminder that each step toward glory could lead to an abyss. As the procession neared the temple of Jupiter, tension reached a fever pitch. The crowd surged, a living entity, craving a connection to the divine. What rituals would unfold under the watchful gaze of the gods? Sacrifices awaited, yet the whispers spoke of omens. A bird seen in flight, an unexpected storm brewing. Was this triumph already cursed? The general's heart raced. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, each heartbeat a reminder that glory was fleeting. In these fleeting moments, the true meaning of the Roman triumph danced at the edge of understanding, tantalizing yet elusive. Would the weight of expectation crush him, or would he rise as both a hero and a harbinger of fate? As the first shouts of celebration erupted, the stage was set for a drama that would reverberate through time, where every cheer concealed a secret and every triumph bore the seed of its own destruction. In ancient Rome, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and the unquenchable thirst for glory. On the day of a triumph, the whole city seemed to hold its breath, waiting with bated anticipation. The streets, lined with thousands of citizens, buzzed with excitement, their hearts racing like the hooves of the horses that would soon thunder through the city. This was no ordinary day. This was a celebration of victory, a moment where the boundaries of the earthly and the divine blurred. As a general returned from a successful campaign, the weight of his deeds hung heavily on him, heavier than the gold laurel wreath that would soon crown his head. He had faced the enemy, seen the horrors of battle, felt the sharp sting of loss, and now he would be honored with a spectacle that spoke of triumph over adversity. The tale of every soldier who had fought and bled for their land echoed in the general's mind, a chorus of voices urging him onward. The origins of the Roman triumph lay rooted in the very essence of what it meant to be Roman: valor, loyalty, and the divine right to rule. The early days of Rome were steeped in a fierce warrior culture, where victories were not just celebrated but enshrined in the very fabric of society. It began not as a grand parade but as a simple act of gratitude to the gods, a ritualistic acknowledgement that their favor had been won through strength and sacrifice. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the forum, the first triumphs were likely humble affairs. Generals, returning from skirmishes, would offer sacrifices at altars, their heads bowed in reverence, thanking Jupiter for his protection. These small ceremonies gradually evolved, fueled by the ambition of those who sought to amplify their victories. The triumph morphed into a spectacle that would encompass the city, a pulsating heartbeat that united all Romans, rich and poor alike, in a shared sense of pride and collective memory. With each triumphant return, the general's chariot, adorned with flowers and symbols of conquest, symbolized not just victory, but the very embodiment of Roman ideals. The people, their eyes wide with admiration, would catch glimpses of treasures acquired from distant lands, golden statues, exotic animals, and the captured banners of enemy forces. These objects were not mere trophies. They were a testament to Rome's unyielding strength, a narrative woven into the very identity of the empire. Yet, amid the cheers and the clamor, the triumph was a double-edged sword. The general, now adorned in purple robes and flanked by the Senate, felt the pressure of the crowd's adoration, as much a shackle as a crown. Each cheer was a reminder of the lives lost, the families torn apart, and the blood shed on the battlefield. The Romans celebrated their heroes, but they also recognized the heavy price of victory. It was a day of joy intertwined with the bittersweet taste of remembrance. The procession swelled, a kaleidoscope of color and sound that echoed through the streets. Musicians played joyous tunes, their melodies soaring, weaving through the throngs of people. The rhythmic sound of drums resounded like the heartbeat of the city itself. As the chariot rolled past, the people would reach out, desperate to touch the victor, their hands brushing against the very fabric of legend. As the triumph reached its pinnacle, the moment of connection between the people and their leader reached an emotional peak. The crowd roared, a collective voice that pierced the sky, drowning out any hesitation or doubt. In this moment of unity, the city transformed into a living entity, pulsating with the shared heartbeat of ambition, sacrifice, and courage. Yet, even as the festivities soared, an undercurrent of tension simmered just below the surface. The triumph was a reminder that power was as fleeting as it was intoxicating. The very gods the Romans worshipped could just as easily turn their backs, and the wheel of fortune could spin unfavorably. A general's glory today could become a cautionary tale tomorrow. Many a leader had walked the path of triumph only to face the specter of envy and betrayal lurking in the shadows. The memories of the past victories were etched into stone, but so too were the warnings of hubris. The stories of Scipio Africanus, who returned from conquering Carthage, and how he navigated the treacherous waters of Roman politics, whispered in the ears of the generals who followed. Would they be celebrated or condemned? Would they rise to the heavens or fall into oblivion? As the general approached the temple dedicated to Jupiter, the culmination of the triumph lay just ahead. The crowd's energy crackled in the air, a palpable force that could lift a man to dizzying heights or bring him crashing down. At this moment, the general was not just a man. He was the embodiment of Rome's spirit, a living testament to the city's resilience and ambition. But this moment, this electrifying celebration, was only the beginning. As the general prepared to offer his thanks, to lift his hands in prayer, the tension held its breath, waiting for a new chapter to unfold. History was not static. It was a living, breathing entity, and with every triumph, the future of Rome hung in the balance, waiting to be written anew. The crowd roared in anticipation, the drums thumping like a war drum heralding yet another story of glory about to unfold. What awaited them beyond the temple doors? Would this triumph solidify Rome's legacy, or would it sow the seeds of a conflict that could change the empire forever? The pulse of the city quickened, and the air crackled with the promise of both triumph and tragedy, a tale winding ever onward, destined to intertwine with the fate of Rome itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the Forum Romanum. Citizens of Rome were abuzz with anticipation, their voices a blend of excitement and awe. A figure emerged from the crowd, a general clad in armor that gleamed like polished marble. His chest bore the scars of battle, each mark a testament to the blood he had spilled for the glory of Rome. He held his head high, yet there was something deeper in his eyes, a flicker of vulnerability hidden beneath the steely exterior. He was not just a conqueror. He was the embodiment of victory itself. In ancient Rome, victory was not merely a word. It was a breath that filled the lungs of a people. It surged through the streets, electrifying the air with a promise of prosperity and honor. The concept of victory rippled across the empire, a silken thread woven into the very fabric of Roman identity. It was an idea steeped in tradition, laden with the weight of expectation that every soldier, citizen, and leader carried on their shoulders. The day of triumph was a vibrant celebration, bursting with life. As the general paraded through the streets, adorned with a laurel wreath, a symbol of triumph that kissed his brow, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Io triumphi!" they cried, their voices rising like a wave crashing against the shores of the Tiber. Each cheer was a heartbeat, a rhythm that echoed the pulse of a city united in their shared glory. Yet, beneath the surface of this jubilant celebration lay a haunting reality. The general's mind wandered back to the battlefield, to the moments when his command had led to both victory and loss. Memories of fallen comrades haunted him, their faces flickering in his mind like shadows. The power of victory was intoxicating, yet it came at a steep price. The Romans believed that a general's success was not solely measured by the spoils of war, but also by the moral weight it carried. A Roman general was viewed as a leader of men, their fates intertwined in a tapestry of shared glory. To bring victory was to bring honor, not just for oneself but for the entire city. The Senate would gather, adorned in their finest togas, their expressions a mix of pride and scrutiny. They would rise, applauding the general, but their eyes would search for signs of humility, for with great power came an even greater expectation of responsibility. The triumph was punctuated by intricate rituals, a procession that was as grand as it was solemn. The general would offer sacrifices to the gods, seeking their favor, hoping they would bless his future endeavors. With each step, the weight of his victories pressed down on him, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between glory and hubris. Romans believed that with each victory, their deities would become more demanding, requiring an ever greater display of reverence. The gods were not just distant figures. They were intimately involved in the fabric of everyday life, shaping destinies with unseen hands. As the procession wound its way through the streets, the people's eyes sparkled with hope. They celebrated not just the victories of their general, but the promise of prosperity that came with them. A victorious general could lead to bountiful harvests, to roads paved with commerce, to a society thriving under the warmth of peace achieved through strength. But lurking in the corners of their minds was a creeping fear. What if their celebrated leader fell from grace? What if the fickle nature of fate turned against them, leaving them to grapple with the consequences of hubris? In the crowd, a young boy watched with wide eyes, his heart racing at the sight of the decorated general. He dreamed of glory, of following in the footsteps of the great men who had led their legions to victory. But in that moment of admiration, he also felt a twinge of fear. The stories of triumphant generals sometimes ended in tragedy. The same crowd that cheered could just as easily turn against their leaders in moments of despair. This duality of love and fear, of triumph and tragedy, was the essence of the Roman experience. As evening fell, candles flickered to life, illuminating the faces of the revelers. Wine flowed like water, laughter mingled with tales of glory, and the atmosphere pulsed with electric energy. Yet, in the corner of the forum, an old soldier stood alone, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. He had once been a conqueror, celebrated in the streets, but time had dulled his glory, leaving only memories of battles fought and brothers lost. The concept of victory had changed for him. It was no longer about fame. It was about the sacrifices made, the bonds formed, and the ghosts that lingered in the aftermath of war. He felt the weight of the past and the bitterness of what had been taken. His victories had brought him honor, but they had also stripped him of those he loved. The boy, still in awe of the spectacle, felt the old soldier's gaze upon him, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Two lives, two perspectives on victory, intertwined in the air thick with emotion and memories. As the festivities continued, the general looked upon his people with pride and trepidation. He understood that the path to glory was fraught with peril, that victory was a double-edged sword. With each triumph, he felt the pressure mount. He was not just a general but a beacon of hope for Rome. Would he be able to maintain the faith of his people, or would the flames of expectation consume him? In that moment, the crowd surged forward, drawn by a shared pulse of hope and fear, honor and sacrifice. The air crackled with anticipation, a promise that would echo through time, shaping the lives of those who walked the streets of Rome. The stage was set, and the dance of victory had only just begun. The shadows of past heroes loomed large, whispering tales of glory and downfall, binding the present to the echoes of history, leaving everyone breathless for what would come next. The roar of the crowd echoed through ancient Rome, a living, breathing organism fueled by the fervor of victory. Warriors, clad in armor, marched triumphantly through the streets, their chests puffed with pride, hands gripping laurel wreaths that shimmered in the sun. It was a spectacle that tugged at the heartstrings of every onlooker, as the word triumph took on flesh and blood, becoming synonymous with glory and achievement. This was not just a parade. It was a moment suspended in time, a deep emotional connection between the victor and the people, a union of sweat, blood, and fervor that resonated through the ages. The roots of the word triumph stretch back to the Latin term triumphus, a word that whispered of celebration and exultation, echoing through the annals of history. In its earliest forms, triumphus was tied to the victorious return of generals, who, after besting their enemies, were crowned with glory and festooned with garlands. The very essence of this word captures the emotional weight of victory, wrapping it in the golden threads of history. The Romans understood that triumph was about more than mere success. It was a shared experience, a collective sigh of relief and joy from a populace that hungered for stories of bravery and conquest. As the years unfurled, the meaning of triumph began to evolve, intertwining with the lives of ordinary people. The Greek word thriambos, which referred to a song of praise sung in honor of Dionysus, a deity of wine and revelry, began to coalesce with Roman celebrations. This poetic connection transformed triumph into an ode, a narrative of human resilience and aspiration. One could feel the pulse of history in this melding of cultures, a transition that whispered of the human spirit's desire to rise above, to conquer adversity and be recognized for it. In medieval times, the term found new life as knights returned from battles, their hearts swollen with pride. The pageantry of the triumphant knight, shining armor glinting in the sun, set against the backdrop of a jubilant crowd, was a sight to behold. The chivalric code emphasized honor and valor, and every knight longed for that moment when they could claim their triumph. Here, triumph became not just a word, but an ideal, an emotional beacon that guided warriors through the darkness of despair and danger. The stories of these knights became the stuff of legends, rich with the flavor of victory and sacrifice, reverberating through the tales told around flickering fires. As the Renaissance dawned, the meaning of triumph further blossomed, infused with the cultural rebirth of art, science, and philosophy. Artists like Michelangelo and Raphael captured the essence of triumph on canvas, their works vibrating with the energy of human achievement. The term began to extend beyond the battlefield, embracing triumphs of the mind, spirit, and creativity. Emotions soared as people found joy in personal victories, be it in the arts, sciences, or other walks of life. It was a time when triumph became a collective heartbeat, a feeling that surged through the community, a shared joy in the successes of one another. The Enlightenment brought forth a new understanding, a belief in the power of reason and progress. The word triumph began to reflect societal achievements, echoing the collective victories of humanity. It was in this era that triumph evolved into a celebration of ideals, freedom, enlightenment, and the pursuit of happiness. The word danced on the tongues of revolutionaries as they fought for rights, justice, and personal agency. Each battle fought in the name of progress became a triumph, shaping the landscape of history and igniting passions that would change the world forever. As the 19th century rolled in, triumph took on a new form, resonating with the echoes of industrial progress, social change, and epic struggles for justice. The word became a rallying cry for those seeking equality, a beacon of hope that inspired movements and ignited change. Every small victory, Every step forward was celebrated with the fervor of 1,000 warriors returning from battle. People began to see triumph not merely as a personal success, but as a shared victory, an emotional tapestry woven from the threads of collective human experience. In the modern age, triumph has expanded beyond the confines of battlefields and art, slipping into the language of sports, politics, and personal endeavors. It is felt in the sweat of athletes crossing finish lines, in the tears of families reunited, and in the jubilant cheers of crowds celebrating victories great and small. The essence of triumph remains deeply rooted in the emotional fabric of humanity, signifying resilience, perseverance, and the indomitable spirit of those who strive against the odds. It carries whispers of history, echoes of those who dared to dream and fought to realize those dreams. As the word continues to evolve, it transcends the boundaries of language and culture, becoming a universal symbol of victory and celebration. The emotional intensity tied to triumph connects generations, reminding every heart that every struggle, every fight, every moment of doubt can lead to overwhelming joy and satisfaction. The etymology is a living, breathing testament to the human experience, a saga that keeps unfolding with every triumph that is claimed, every life that is changed. In the recesses of our collective memory, nestled within the layers of history, the word triumph beckons, urging the next generation to carve their pathways, to etch their stories into the fabric of time. It invites a sense of longing, a yearning for the next moment of victory, the next story worth telling, the next heart that will beat wildly in celebration. Each triumph, be it grand or humble, becomes a note in the symphony of life, a melody that will never fade away, a reminder that the human spirit is forever resilient, forever striving, forever triumphant. The sun dipped low over the distant hills, casting a golden hue across the dusty roads of Rome. A distant echo of clashing swords and the roar of triumphant soldiers reached the city, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. This was not just a sound. It was a heartbeat, a pulse that ran through the very veins of the Roman populace. The scent of victory hung in the air, mingling with the sweat and blood of those who dared to fight for glory. Every conquest was more than a mere battle. It was a declaration of power, a reminder of the might that defined Roman society. In the bustling forum, citizens gathered in animated discussions, their faces alight with excitement and fear. News of a recent victory against a neighboring tribe spread like wildfire. The stories grew with each telling, how brave soldiers had defended the honor of Rome, how a general had led them with fiery passion, and how the spoils of war would soon fill the coffers of the Senate. To the plebeians, the triumphs of their legions meant hope for safety, a better life, and perhaps a touch of riches. For the patricians, it was a chance to display their wealth and influence, to elevate their status among the elite. As the tales unfolded, every listener felt a shiver of pride and a longing for glory. Young boys, wide-eyed and filled with dreams, listened to the old soldiers recounting their exploits. They imagined themselves in gleaming armor, riding on horseback, leading charges against the enemy, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of the battle drums. The spirit of conquest ignited a fire within them. To be a soldier was to be a hero, and the promise of laurels and triumph filled their minds with visions of grandeur. The stories were woven into the fabric of their childhood, shaping the men they hoped to become. But not every conquest brought joy. The air was thick with tension as news of losses occasionally seeped through the cracks. A battle lost in the far reaches of Gaul, a general's miscalculation. It could all spiral into despair. Families waited anxiously for the return of their loved ones, praying that the gods would favor them. The streets would go silent, the laughter of children fading into whispers and worried glances. The stakes were always high, and the weight of every soldier's life felt heavy on the shoulders of Roman citizens. Yet, these very moments of fear were what fueled the desire for more conquest. Each victory was a balm for the wounds of loss, a way to reclaim honor and dignity. With every campaign, Rome expanded its influence, enveloping new lands, cultures, and people into its vast empire. The leaders who brought home the spoils were greeted like gods, their names etched into the annals of history. The cheers of triumph echoed through the streets, a cacophony of elation that rang out with each victorious return. The power of conquest pulsed through the city, from the Senate to the marketplaces, and it was intoxicating. Military conquests were not merely about land. They were about identity. The Romans believed they were destined to rule the world. Each territory captured was a testament to their strength, a brick in the mighty wall of their empire. The legions, fierce and unyielding, became symbols of Roman might. As they marched through conquered lands, the banners of Rome fluttered proudly in the wind, a promise of civilization, order, and, to many, salvation from chaos. Yet behind the glory, the conquered often felt the sting of loss. Their homes, traditions, and lives were uprooted, twisted into shapes that served the needs of the ever-expanding empire. The Romans were skilled in the art of assimilation, blending their gods with those of the conquered, but beneath the surface, resentment simmered. The thrill of conquest bred a complex tapestry of loyalty and rebellion. Captured warriors, once foes, could become allies in time, while whispers of rebellion brewed in the shadows. Legionnaires were not just soldiers. They were the lifeblood of Roman society. Each man who donned the armor was a son, a brother, a husband. They carried the hopes and dreams of their families and the weight of their ambitions. Some sought glory, others adventure, and a few simply wanted to escape the confines of their daily lives. The camaraderie of the legions was forged in the fires of battle, a bond that could not be broken by the horrors they witnessed. Together they laughed, cried, and bled, each man a vital thread in the grand tapestry of Rome's destiny. As the victories piled up, so did the expectations. Generals who had once been celebrated found themselves under the harsh scrutiny of the Senate and the populace. The very conquests that had elevated them could just as quickly lead to their downfall. Ambition was a double-edged sword, cutting through the hearts of those who dared to dream too grandly. With every triumph, the stakes grew higher, and the dangers lurking in the shadows became all too real. A successful general could quickly turn into an enemy of the state, a victim of his own ambition. War was a relentless cycle, a dance of glory and despair, and the Roman society thrived on its rhythm. The spoils of war filled the treasury, providing funds for public games, building projects, and the luxuries of life. The citizens reveled in the riches that flowed from their conquests. Temples rose, monuments were erected, and the arts flourished, all basking in the light of military success. Yet, with each building erected, a question lingered in the air. At what cost was this prosperity achieved? In the twilight of Rome, with the shadows growing long, the question of conquest loomed larger than ever. As soldiers marched back into the city, the cheers of the crowd echoed in their ears. Yet some stood silent, feeling the weight of what had been lost and what was yet to come. The heartbeat of Rome was relentless, a drum echoing the call to arms, stirring the hearts of the ambitious and the fearful alike. The cycle of conquest would continue, as it always had, a relentless pursuit of power and glory that shaped the very essence of Roman society. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over the rugged landscape of ancient Italy. The air buzzed with a mix of anticipation and the acrid scent of sweat and earth as the Roman army prepared for another day of training. Each soldier stood tall, clad in armor that gleamed like polished silver, a testament to the might of the empire. They were not just men. They were the very backbone of a civilization that had carved its name into history with blood, strategy, and sheer will. The sight of them sent shivers down the spines of allies and foes alike. At the forefront of this formidable force was the centurion, a figure of authority and discipline. With a stern gaze that could silence even the boldest of hearts, he wielded a vine staff, a symbol of his rank and command. The centurion was no mere officer. He was a veteran warrior, having fought in countless battles, each scar on his body telling a silent story of courage and sacrifice. His voice boomed like thunder, cutting through the clamor of men adjusting their shields and sharpening their swords. "Form ranks," he shouted, his words igniting an electric energy among the soldiers. They snapped to attention, their hearts pounding in unison, ready to follow him into the chaos of war. Behind the centurions stood the legions, the backbone of the Roman military. Each legion was a powerhouse, consisting of approximately 5,000 men, organized into cohorts and centuries. The legionaries, dressed in their iconic red tunics and iron helmets, were a sight to behold, their faces set with determination. These soldiers were not just trained fighters. They embodied the very spirit of Rome, driven by loyalty and the promise of glory. As they practiced their formations, the ground trembled beneath their disciplined march, a reminder of the might they wielded. At the heart of each legion was the cohort, the smaller units that worked together like cogs in a well-oiled machine. 10 cohorts made up a legion, each commanded by a centurion, ensuring that every man knew his role and responsibility. The centurions were fierce in their training methods, instilling a sense of camaraderie among the troops. They understood that a soldier's strength did not just lie in his sword, but in the bonds forged alongside his fellow warriors. In the heat of battle, it would be those connections that would push them to fight harder, to stand firm against overwhelming odds. Among the ranks of the legions, the auxiliary forces added another layer of strength to the Roman army. Made up of non-citizen troops from conquered territories, these soldiers brought their own unique skills and expertise to the battlefield. They were the archers, the cavalry, and the light infantry, a diverse group united under the Roman eagle. Their loyalty was earned through the promise of citizenship, and their fierce spirit often turned the tide of battles. The sight of these auxiliary soldiers charging into combat, arrows flying in a deadly arc, sent chills through the ranks of their enemies. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the training ground, the army gathered to hear from their commander, a man of great renown. His presence commanded respect. Even the centurions stood a little straighter in his company. He spoke of glory, of the honor that awaited them, and of the sacrifices they must be prepared to make. His words ignited a fire in their hearts, each soldier envisioning the day when they would march into history as heroes. The thrill of battle was palpable, a seductive call that beckoned them into the unknown. Yet, amidst this meticulous structure and sheer force, there lay the formidable figure of the legate. This officer, often a senator or an aristocrat, wielded political power that could shape the very course of a campaign. The legate's authority extended beyond the battlefield. He was the voice of the emperor, and his decisions could mean the difference between victory and defeat. The legate stood in the background, observing the training with a calculating gaze, weighing strategies, and contemplating the broader implications of each clash. His presence was a reminder that war was as much about wits as it was about might. As the soldiers prepared for the evening meal, laughter and camaraderie filled the air, a brief respite before the storm of war descended once more. They gathered around fires, sharing tales of battles fought and brothers lost, their voices rising with passion. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of their shared experience, binding them together as one. Amidst the laughter, there lingered an unspoken understanding of the dangers that lay ahead. They were warriors, and each day might be their last. Yet that very uncertainty only fueled their resolve. Suddenly, a distant horn sounded, a sharp note cutting through the night air, sending a jolt of adrenaline coursing through the men. The jovial atmosphere shifted to one of tension. Their hearts raced, and their breaths quickened. It was a call to arms. The soldiers sprang to their feet, adrenaline surging as they donned their armor with practiced efficiency. The firelight flickered like their thoughts, racing ahead to the battles they would soon face. The centurion rallied his men, their faces set with determination. Tonight we fight for Rome, for our brothers beside us, for the honor of our families, and for the legacy we shall leave behind. The roar of approval from the legionaries echoed through the camp, a fierce chorus that rose into the night sky, mingling with the stars above. They were a force forged in the fires of loyalty, discipline, and sacrifice. As they marched into the darkness, the weight of their shields felt like the weight of the world on their shoulders. But they were not alone. They were united, ready to face whatever awaited them. The sound of marching feet echoed like a promise in the silence, a prelude to the chaos that lay ahead. And as the Roman army moved forward, The lines between camaraderie and courage began to blur, propelling them into the heart of conflict. The shadows danced around them, whispering tales of glory, honor, and the inevitable clash of steel that awaited in the not-so-distant future. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the bustling streets of ancient Rome. Citizens of every walk of life filled the marketplace, their voices a symphony of laughter, bargaining, and whispered gossip. But amidst this everyday chaos, a palpable tension lingered in the air that hinted at something monumental on the horizon. It was the kind of tension that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand up, an electric current of anticipation that crackled through the city streets. In the heart of Rome, a great general stood at the edge of a vast field, the weight of his armor pressing heavily against his chest. His heart raced with a mixture of hope and fear, each beat echoing the unyielding rhythm of his ambition. This was a man who had fought countless battles, faced insurmountable odds, and yet the greatest battle lay ahead, not against an enemy in the arena, but against the very fabric of Roman politics. He yearned for the ultimate prize, a triumph. But what did it really mean to secure such an illustrious honor? The requirements were as steep as the hills surrounding the city. The first hurdle was victory. A triumph could only be claimed after a significant and decisive military success. The general's mind raced back to the blood-soaked fields where his legions had fought valiantly, their swords glistening under the sun, a mosaic of valor and sacrifice. Yet, it wasn't enough to simply win a battle. One had to secure a victory that would echo through the annals of history. The weight of countless lives lost and one rested on his shoulders, and he could almost feel them whispering from beyond the grave, urging him to achieve greatness. Once a victory was claimed, the general would need to present his case to the Senate. The thought of standing before the esteemed senators made his stomach churn. To be granted a triumph, one needed not just a victory but also the Senate's approval, a delicate dance of persuasion and influence. Allies would need to be courted, their favor won over drinks and feasts, their loyalty secured with promises of glory and prosperity. The very air of the Senate chamber was thick with ambition and fervor, a battleground of wits that could turn a friend into a foe within a heartbeat. As he honed his strategy, thoughts of the grand parade that would follow glimmered in his mind like a distant star. A triumph was not merely a title. It was a spectacle, a moment when the entire city would turn its gaze upon him. Streets lined with citizens, faces painted with excitement, children perched on shoulders, all eager to witness the glory of the victorious general. The thought ignited a fire in his chest, a burning desire to feel the weight of the laurel crown upon his brow, to bask in the adoration of the people. But the path was fraught with peril. The criteria for securing a triumph were as intricate as the designs on a Roman mosaic. A general had to have commanded an army of at least 5,000 men and achieved a significant territorial gain. It was a heavy demand, one that required more than mere luck. He had to outthink his enemies, outmaneuver them at every turn, and lead his men with unwavering courage. The stakes were high, and failure meant not just the loss of a title but the specter of disgrace hanging over his name. And if that wasn't enough, there was the matter of the triumph's expenses. The opulent celebrations would drain his coffers. Each float that paraded through the streets, each lavish banquet thrown in honor of the triumph, came at a price. Generals often found themselves in a tight grip of debt long after the last cheers faded. Yet there was no hesitation in his heart. The glory of a triumph was worth every denarius spent, every risk taken. It was about legacy, about being remembered long after the last stone of the Colosseum had crumbled. Moments of doubt crept into his mind. What if the Senate turned against him? What if a rival, cloaked in shadows, whispered poison into the ears of influential senators? The very thought made his blood boil. He envisioned the faces of those who had once fought beside him, their trust placed fully in his hands. It was a mantle he could not betray. The stakes were real, the consequences dire. Each step he took toward that triumph felt like a step through a minefield, every decision a potential spark that could ignite disaster. But in the depths of his resolve, something stronger emerged, a fierce determination that pulsated through him like a battle cry. He had seen the power of triumph firsthand. It was a force that could change the course of history. The stories of past victors echoed in his mind. Scipio, returning from his victories in Africa, parading through Rome, the people chanting his name. Julius Caesar, his triumphs etched into the very fabric of time. It was intoxicating, a legacy waiting to be claimed. His thoughts shifted to the final aspect, the splendid procession that would culminate the triumph. The general would ride through the city atop a brilliant chariot, the cheers of the masses ringing in his ears, the triumphal arch looming ahead like a gateway to immortality. Behind him, his soldiers would march, their heads held high, their hearts fierce with pride. There would be exotic animals captured from the farthest corners of the empire, flowing with gold and glory, each element a testament to his conquests, each cheer a reminder of the sacrifices made. But the triumph was not just a personal victory. It was a sacred bond between a general and his people, a moment where the sweat and blood of the battlefield met the joy of the populace, where ordinary citizens became part of something greater. It was a tapestry woven from sacrifice, ambition, and the undying spirit of Rome itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, the general felt the weight of destiny pressing down. There was no turning back now. The die had been cast. A triumph awaited him, but it would not come without a fight. His heart swelled with purpose, the echoes of history beckoning, urging him forward. He had to secure that triumph not just for himself, but for the very soul of Rome. The thrill of it surged through him, the promise of glory just around the corner, forever tantalizingly out of reach. And so he stepped into the night, ready to battle not just for victory, but for the very legacy he dared to dream of. The Senate chamber hummed with an electric tension, a stage where the weight of history pressed down like a heavy velvet curtain. Senators, draped in togas of deep crimson and earthy browns, filled the air with murmurs, their eyes betraying ambition, fear, and the unyielding desire for glory. They understood the significance of their role, the power they wielded, and the ultimate prize that awaited the victor. A triumph, a moment when the heroes of Rome would be celebrated with laurel crowns and the adoration of the masses. Outside, the streets of Rome pulsed with life, citizens bustling about, unaware of the epic narratives being written in the hallowed halls of power. But for those inside the Senate, the stakes were unimaginable. A triumph was not merely a parade. It was the culmination of blood, sweat, and sacrifice. It was a symbol of Rome's strength, a testament to the valor of its armies. Yet, the path to such honor was paved with intricate politics, backroom deals, and often relentless rivalry. The flickering torchlight cast shadows across the marble walls, and a figure stepped forward, Gaius Julius Caesar, the general whose name echoed like thunder through the city. His presence commanded attention, and the senators leaned forward, their breaths held with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He had just returned from a campaign in Gaul, his victories resounding like the clash of swords. Yet the question lingered in the air. Would the Senate grant him the ultimate honor? A triumph was not guaranteed. It was a gift bestowed by the Senate, and Caesar knew that navigating the politics of Rome could be as treacherous as the battlefields he conquered. The voices in the chamber rose and fell like the tide, some senators arguing passionately for Caesar's recognition. He has expanded the borders of Rome, secured wealth, and brought glory. He deserves this honor, they proclaimed, their voices tinged with fervor. Yet not all were in agreement. Whispers of jealousy and fear slithered through the room, as others cautioned, "Give him a triumph, and we may create a monster. He will be more than a general. He may become a king." The very thought sent shivers down the spines of those who had witnessed the rise and fall of leaders before him. The Senate was a battleground of its own, with alliances forged and shattered, as power shifted like sand underfoot. As the debate raged on, the tension mounted, and emotions ran high. Senators gestured wildly, their passions spilling over into heated exchanges. Here was a tapestry woven from threads of pride and paranoia, ambition and trepidation. The Senate was not just granting a triumph. They were wrestling with the very essence of what it meant to be Roman, to uphold traditions, to balance the might of a single individual against the collective power of the state. In the midst of the chaos, one voice rose above the din. Cato the Younger, a stoic man whose resolve was as unyielding as the stones of the Forum. He stood, eyes blazing, and declared, "Shall we allow one man to bask in the sun while we fade into the shadows? A triumph is for the Republic, not for the ambition of a single man." His words struck like a spear, piercing the hearts of his fellow senators, igniting a firestorm of debate that threatened to consume them all. The scene was charged with emotion, as old rivalries flared and new alliances formed. Senators exchanged glances, weighing loyalties, calculating risks. A triumph for Caesar could change the very fabric of Rome. The weight of the decision pressed down, a relentless burden, as the senators wrestled with the ghosts of their past decisions. Each had witnessed the rise and fall of leaders, each knew the cost of power. The Senate was a crucible, where ambition was both a fuel and a curse. Then, amidst the turmoil, Caesar stood again, his presence commanding silence. He spoke not with arrogance, but with a quiet confidence that wrapped around the room like a warm cloak. "I do not seek a crown, but rather the opportunity to bring honor to our great republic. My victories are Rome's victories. Let us stand united, not divided." His voice resonated like a war drum, stirring the hearts of those who longed for glory and recognition. It was a plea, a call to arms that transcended personal ambition. The emotions in the chamber twisted and turned, a tumultuous sea of passion and doubt. Senators exchanged furtive glances, some swayed by Caesar's charisma, others resolute in their opposition. The air thickened with anticipation as the realization dawned. This moment would shape the future of Rome. Would they grant him the triumph, or would they let fear dictate their decision? The heartbeat of the Senate quickened, each senator entangled in a web of history, each vote a thread woven into the fabric of their collective destiny. And so the debate raged on, like a storm that refused to abate. Voices rose and fell, emotions flared and simmered. For every senator who championed Caesar's cause, there was another who feared the consequences of granting him such power. Could they risk elevating one man above the many? The Senate's walls echoed with the weight of history, the decisions made here reverberating through time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the chamber, the senators found themselves standing at a precipice. The voices of the past seemed to whisper in their ears, urging caution, warning of the fine line between glory and tyranny. Yet, in that moment of tension, something profound stirred within them. The intoxicating allure of triumph beckoned, the promise of glory dancing like flames on the edge of their imagination. In the ever-changing landscape of Rome, the Senate's decision would echo through the ages. The stakes had never been higher, and the implications of their choice would resonate far beyond the marble columns and ornate ceilings. As the senators prepared to cast their votes, the air crackled with anticipation. A moment suspended in time, where ambition clashed with tradition, and the future of Rome lay precariously in the balance. The Senate stood united and divided, hearts racing toward a decision that would forever change the course of history, a triumph waiting just beyond their grasp, ready to ignite the flames of destiny. A single moment can change the course of history forever, and on a fateful day in 1066, the fields of Hastings echoed with the cries of men as swords clashed and blood soaked the earth. The air was thick with tension, a palpable force that shifted as the sun began to set, casting long shadows that danced over the bodies of the fallen. William the Conqueror, a man of ambition and fierce resolve, stood amidst the chaos, claiming victory that would ripple through time, altering the very fabric of power in England. As he raised his sword aloft, a new order began to take shape, one that would forever redefine the relationships between the rulers and the ruled, the powerful and the powerless. Triumphs, like that of William, hold more than personal glory. They weave intricate tapestries of power dynamics, shifting allegiances, and the rise and fall of empires. The echoes of that day sang loudly through history, reaching into the hearts of those who would watch and learn from such monumental events. Each victory on the battlefield doesn't merely signify a win. It sets off a chain reaction, a domino effect of political reconfiguration that can entrench entire systems or dismantle them entirely. Fast forward to the 18th century, where the whispers of revolution swept through the streets of Paris. The guillotine, a symbol of radical change, became the instrument through which the oppressed sought to claim their power. As the aristocrats fell one by one, the streets flooded with blood and fervor, the air electrified with the promise of liberty. The triumph of the common people over the monarchy ignited flames of hope across Europe and beyond, leaving the elite trembling in their castles. It was a moment that transformed not only France but also inspired countless uprisings around the globe, as people realized that power could be wrested from the hands of tyrants. Yet, in the throes of victory, the seeds of new struggles were sown. The revolutionaries, once united in purpose, soon found themselves at odds, fracturing their newfound power. The very triumph that had tasted so sweet became a bitter reminder of the fragility of alliance. The political implications of their victory weren't just about who wielded the sword. They echoed in the chambers of the National Assembly, where debates turned into bitter rivalries and friendships dissolved into betrayals. For every cheer that rang out in the streets, there lingered a shadow of doubt. Who would rise to fill the power vacuum left by the fallen crown? Across the ocean, in the late 18th century, the American colonies were on the brink of their own revolution. As they fought against British rule, the triumph at Yorktown became an emblem of hope, yet it also marked the beginning of an uncertain future. The victory was sweet, but it exposed rifts between differing visions for governance. The dream of democracy seemed tantalizingly close, but the political implications of their triumph were rife with tension. The Federalists and Anti-Federalists clashed in heated debates, arguing over the very essence of freedom and the role of government. The air crackled with the energy of change. Each speech in the halls of power held the weight of history, as voices echoed the desires of a new nation. Yet, in those moments of triumph, a constant undercurrent of unease stirred among the populace. What would happen when the thrill of victory dimmed? Who would ultimately control the power they had fought so fiercely to claim? Meanwhile, as the 20th century approached, the world stood on the brink of unprecedented conflict. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand sent shockwaves through Europe, unraveling alliances that had taken decades to forge. The triumphs of nations were no longer measured by the spoils of war alone, but by their ability to adapt in a rapidly changing world. The political implications of these upheavals were complex and far-reaching, as empires crumbled and new nations emerged from the ashes. Germany, once a collection of rival states, found itself at the center of a storm that would redefine its identity. The Treaty of Versailles, a supposed triumph of peace, instead sowed the seeds of resentment and anger. The new power dynamics created a fertile ground for extremist ideologies to take root. The very nations that celebrated their victories soon faced the harsh reality that power could be as much a burden as it was a blessing. With emotions running high, the rise of totalitarian regimes in the 20th century became a stark reminder of the thin line between triumph and tyranny. The allure of power seduced many, but history bore witness to the perilous journey of those who sought it at any cost. The streets of Berlin echoed with fervor as the Nazi regime rose, claiming to restore glory even as it tread upon the dignity of millions. The triumph of one people became the tragedy of another, and the world watched in horror, unable to look away from the unfolding narrative of power and its implications. As the globe continued to spin into the modern era, the implications of victories, both celebrated and cursed, began to intertwine like threads in a grand tapestry. From the ashes of World War II emerged new alliances, yet the struggles for power continued, morphing into a complex web of politics that influenced nations and individuals alike. The Cold War bore witness to titanic clashes between ideologies, each claiming triumph in its own right. The arms race, the space race, it all became a delicate dance of power dynamics, with each side trying to outmaneuver the other, driven by a fear of being left behind. In times of triumph, the excitement can often obscure the deeper currents at play. Behind the celebrations lie the questions that gnaw at the roots of victory. Who truly benefits? Who is left behind? What will be the long-term consequences? As nations celebrate their victories, The world waits with bated breath, the ground beneath shifting, ready to erupt once more. The political implications of triumphs are not just about the glories of the past. They are living narratives that continue to shape the present and beckon the future, weaving a complex pattern that binds humanity together in the quest for power, purpose, and understanding. And somewhere, in the throbbing heart of history, the next chapter is waiting to be penned. An eternal dance of triumph and its inevitable aftermath, spinning endlessly forward. The air was thick with anticipation, a crackling tension that coursed through the streets of ancient Rome. This was a time when men wore their victories like armor, and the scent of triumph lingered like incense in the bustling forum. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, whispers of a great celebration began to surface. The citizens spoke in hushed tones, their eyes alight with excitement and curiosity, as they looked toward the triumph that was about to unfold. In a grand villa, the walls echoed with the hurried footsteps of attendants and the soft rustle of silk robes. A general stood before a mirror, adorned in a gleaming laurel crown. His reflection showed not just the man he was, but the weight of the countless lives he had led into battle, the blood that stained his hands, and the glory that now beckoned him. This was not merely a parade. It was the culmination of years of struggle, sacrifice, and unwavering resolve. The air was heavy with the scent of lavender and rosemary, herbs that had been sprinkled in the hopes of favor from the gods. Outside, the streets thrummed with energy. Citizens adorned in their finest garments gathered, a sea of color and noise flowing toward the forum. Children ran through the throngs, their laughter rising above the din, while the elder citizens settled onto stone benches, faces lined with the stories of old. They waited, not just for the spectacle, but for a moment that transcended mere entertainment. Today, they would witness a story of courage retold, a connection forged across generations. As the sun set, the sky morphed into a canvas of fiery reds and purples, an omen for what was to come. In the heart of the city, the procession began to take shape. Soldiers, their armor glimmering like stars in the night sky, marched in rigid formation. In their midst, the spoils of war gleamed, a chest filled with gold coins, captured insignias, and the banners of conquered foes. Each item told a tale of hardship and glory, a testament to the blood spilled for the empire's expansion. The general, standing atop a magnificent chariot pulled by pure white horses, took a deep breath. It was a moment filled with contradictions. Pride mingled with the ghostly echoes of the fallen, those who would never see the city dance in celebration. The streets pulsed with life, yet within him lay a quiet ache, a reminder that every triumph carved its price. The cheers of the masses rose to the heavens, a deafening roar that both lifted him and weighed him down. The first sound of the trumpets shattered the tension in the air, signaling the beginning of the triumph. The notes rang like thunder, sending a shiver through the crowd. It was a call to rejoice, to remember, and to reflect. The procession moved forward, and the people erupted into wild applause, their voices blending into a cacophony of joy. Each step of the chariot was a testament to the power of the empire. And yet, as the sun sank lower, shadows danced within the hearts of the onlookers. Mothers held their children higher, wanting them to witness the glory of Rome, while fathers whispered tales of bravery and honor. But beneath that joy lay the unspoken fear. What would come next? The glory of today could easily flip to despair tomorrow. The empire's fate was as unpredictable as the winds. As the chariot rolled deeper into the heart of the city, the tension grew. The general, his heart pounding, could feel the eyes of his people piercing through him. They were not just celebrating him. They were demanding his promise, that he would protect them, that he would lead them to greater heights. The weight of expectation hung like a storm cloud above him, both exhilarating and suffocating. Tension rose as the procession reached the Temple of Jupiter, its towering columns standing tall like sentinels of history. The crowd hushed, their excitement momentarily suspended as the general dismounted. Rituals were intricate, steeped in history and tradition, and today was no exception. He approached the temple steps, each footfall echoing in the silence. the reverence palpable. There, he would offer thanks for the victories won and seek guidance for the battles yet to come. Sacrifices awaited him. Animals that had been prepared with care, their fate sealed in the name of honor and devotion. The priests, clad in flowing robes, awaited his arrival, their faces solemn, reflecting the gravity of the moment. The flames of the sacrificial pyres flickered with life, casting eerie shadows across the marble. In the depths of those flames lay not just offerings, but hopes and fears intertwined. With a deep breath, the general raised his arms, acknowledging the gods and his people, a silent connection threading between them. As the smoke spiraled into the night sky, it carried with it the prayers of the faithful. They watched, breath held, hearts aligned with the rhythm of the fire. The loss, the battles, the sacrifices, they were all laid bare in that moment. The priests began their chants, voices rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore, building in intensity. Each syllable resonated with the weight of history, echoing through the ages, calling upon the deities for favor. The crowd, swept up in the fervor, began to chant alongside them, a living tapestry of faith and collective memory. Just as the rituals reached a crescendo, a sudden chill swept through the gathering, silencing the voices and stilling hearts. A shadow flitted across the moonlight, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of fate. In that instant, uncertainty flickered like the flame of a candle, reminding all present that even in victory, danger lurked just beyond the edge of their celebrations. Emotions spiraled, mingling joy with fear, as the triumph continued unyieldingly. The triumph was not just a display of power. It was a promise, a plea for unity, and a reminder of the fragility of life. The general turned back to face the crowd, a wave of resolve washing over him. The night was just beginning, and the true essence of victory lay not only in the accolades of the present, but in the echoes of the past and the shadows of the future. As the last echoes of the chants faded into the night, the intoxicating mix of glory and uncertainty hung in the air. The journey was far from over. Shadows danced around the edges of their celebration, hinting at the trials that lay ahead. And so, the triumph continued, a powerful ritual woven into the fabric of the empire, endlessly pulsating with life and the promise of what was yet to come. A cloud of dust swirled through the air, thick with the scent of sweat, earth, and blood. The cries of 1,000 voices echoed like thunder, rising and falling in waves of triumph and despair. A hero stood at the center of it all, a general whose name would soon be etched into the fabric of history. A figure cloaked in a crimson toga, adorned with laurel leaves, who held the weight of an empire on his shoulders. This was a man who had clawed his way through countless battles, earning not just victories, but the adoration of his people. He was the triumphator, the celebrated general, and today, the streets were alive with the fervor of his recent conquests. Around him, a crowd surged, faces painted with joy and relief. They waved banners that fluttered like captured birds, each one bearing the marks of providence, loyalty, and hope. The triumphator raised his hand, a simple gesture, yet one that commanded silence. As the dust settled, a palpable tension hung in the air, a charged anticipation. This moment was not merely a celebration. It was a ritual, a sacred acknowledgement of power, victory, and divine favor. The significance of the triumphator lay not just in his military prowess, but in the profound impact he had on the very essence of Roman identity. In a world where victories on the battlefield translated to political strength, the role of the general was paramount. His triumphs filled the hungry hearts of the populace with pride, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. The stories of his daring maneuvers and tactical genius were already swirling through the streets, growing larger with every retelling. He was a living legend, a demigod amongst men, and the people's love for him was as fierce as their loyalty to the empire itself. The day of the triumph was a symphony of emotions. The general rode through the city in a gilded chariot, pulled by magnificent horses, their glossy coats glimmering in the sun. The spectacle was a feast for the eyes, golden armor, shimmering helmets, and the glint of weapons that had brought him victory. Yet, It was the faces of those who had come to witness this moment that told the deepest story. Young children, eyes wide with wonder, clutched their parents' hands. Mothers wept with joy, their hearts swelling with pride for their men, who had fought alongside the general. The elderly stood, leaning on canes, smiles etched across their weathered faces as memories of battles long past danced in their minds. But within the joy, shadows lurked. Each triumph was a reminder of the fallen, the ones who would never return home. The triumphator's heart weighed heavy with their memory. He could see their faces, hear their last words echoing in his mind. With every cheer from the crowd, he felt the bittersweet pang of grief. The price of glory was steep, and the ghosts of his comrades haunted him, their sacrifices illuminating the path he walked. In this moment of celebration, he carried the weight of their dreams and aspirations, a burden he would never cast aside. As the procession continued, moments of tension erupted. Rival factions whispered in the shadows, plotting to undermine the triumphator's glory. Discontent brewed like a storm on the horizon. Among the throngs of supporters, dissenters hid, their eyes glinting with envy. They saw in his triumph not just a hero, but a threat to their own ambitions. The streets, once filled with jubilant cheers, were also laced with the undercurrents of conspiracy. The triumphator was a beacon, and with that brightness came darkness, a reminder that with great power, there are always those who would seek to dim the light. The celebration reached its peak as the triumphator dismounted his chariot, standing tall before the Capitol. He raised his arms to the heavens, invoking the blessings of the gods who had guided his hand. His voice echoed through the crowd, rich and resonant. "This victory is not mine alone. It belongs to you, the people of Rome. You are the heart of this empire." His words ignited the crowd, a wave of euphoria crashing over them. But behind his powerful facade, doubt crept in. He could feel the shifting sands beneath his feet, the weight of expectation growing heavier with each passing moment. As night fell, the atmosphere transformed. Torches flickered to life, casting a warm glow over the once bustling streets. A feast commenced, tables laden with food and drink as laughter and merriment filled the air. Yet, even in this revelry, the triumphator sensed the tension around him. He was the center of attention, yes, but he was also a target. As he celebrated with his fellow generals and honored guests, he couldn't shake the feeling that danger loomed close. Whispers slithered through the night, and he found himself glancing over his shoulder, aware that the weight of his accomplishments painted a target on his back. Through the night, stories were shared and toasts were made, each one laced with a mixture of reverence and fear. The triumphator, once a celebrated hero, now stood precariously balanced atop a mountain of expectations. The cheers of the people echoed in his mind, but as the festivities rolled on, he wondered how long it would be before the cheers turned to jeers, and the love of the people could shift with the wind. The road ahead was uncertain, paved with both glory and peril. And so, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the gathering, the triumphator felt a stirring within him, a fierce resolve. He would not falter. He would continue to fight, not just for glory but for the very soul of Rome. With every heartbeat, he knew this was only the beginning. The love of the people and the weight of his victories would either propel him forward or consume him whole. In that moment, surrounded by laughter and echoes of old battles, the triumphator understood that in the arena of life, the true struggle was just beginning. Cobblestones glisten with the remnants of rain, reflecting a sky that seeks to mirror the tumultuous history etched beneath them. The air hums with whispers of those who walked this path long before, each footfall a heartbeat in a rhythm of triumph and tragedy. This is a route steeped in stories, where every corner turned reveals a new layer of history waiting to be unfurled. As the sun rises, casting a golden hue across the city, the first stop is the grand arch that stands proudly at the entrance. Its towering presence is a testament to a time when victory was celebrated with not just cheers, but with the craftsmanship of architects and laborers who poured their souls into its creation. Intricate carvings tell tales of ancient battles, of heroes who conquered not just lands, but the very essence of despair. Each figure etched in stone seems to breathe, their eyes following those who dare to tread this hallowed ground. For a moment, one can almost hear the clattering of armor and the roar of a jubilant crowd. As the journey continues, the heartbeat of the city quickens, pulsating with the energy of life and history. Narrow alleyways spill secrets, and grand plazas breathe with the stories of countless souls. Every step taken is an echo of laughter, tears, and the fierce determination of a people who refuse to bow to the weight of their challenges. Vendors call out with a melody of enticing aromas. Spices, fresh bread, and sweet pastries wafting through the air and beckoning to passers-by. Here, the mundane becomes extraordinary, and a simple meal can evoke a sense of togetherness that transcends time. But history is not always light. Amidst the jubilance, the looming silhouette of a cathedral rises, its steeples piercing the sky like prayers reaching for the heavens. The stone facade carries the weight of centuries, each crack a reminder of the storms weathered. Inside, the air is thick with incense and reverence. Sunlight streams through stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the worn pews where generations have sought solace. The fragrance of candles illuminates not just the physical space but pierces through to the soul, igniting the flickering flame of hope within. Here, silence speaks volumes. Each moment spent in contemplation feels like a conversation with the past, an invitation to listen to the stories of those who turn to faith in times of despair. The flicker of candles is a reminder that light can emerge from the darkest places, and that celebration can be found even amidst sorrow. The cathedral stands as a beacon, a sanctuary where the weary find refuge, a connection to something greater than themselves. As the route continues, the landscape shifts, revealing a mosaic of cultures intertwined throughout history. Streets echo with the laughter of children, their playful shouts mingling with the solemnity of those who walk in reflection. Here, vibrant murals tell stories of resistance, hope, and identity, each brushstroke a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Artists capture moments in time, transforming blank walls into canvases of expression that breathe life into the struggle for freedom. In the distance, the spires of another church rise, adorned with golden accents that shimmer in the sunlight. This is a place where rituals have been performed for centuries, a site where stories of faith and devotion weave together like strands of a tapestry. Pilgrims, both young and old, traverse paths lined with prayers, each footstep a testament to belief that transcends generations. People from all walks of life come together, united in their quest for understanding, for connection, for peace. An air of anticipation wraps around the crowd as they approach an ancient marketplace, where the cacophony of voices blends seamlessly with the sounds of commerce. Here, vendors hawk their wares, from delicate trinkets to richly woven fabrics, each telling stories of the past and present. This vibrant scene is more than a marketplace. It's a living testament to the blend of cultures that flourished over centuries. The laughter, bartering, and vibrant colors create a tapestry of life that pulls at the heartstrings, a reminder that amidst strife, joy can still be found. As twilight approaches, the landmarks take on a new life. The lights of the city flicker to life, casting a warm glow that dances on the surfaces of monuments and buildings. Shadows stretch and intertwine, creating a magical atmosphere that feels almost surreal. The stories of triumph and struggle become more vivid, each landmark glowing with an ethereal light as if they, too, remember the lives that have crossed their paths. The Triumph's route reaches its zenith at an iconic square, where history and modern life collide in a breathtaking display. Here, the air is electric with anticipation, a palpable energy that speaks to the collective heartbeat of the city. People gather, united in celebration, their voices rising in a chorus that echoes through the streets. Joy and sorrow, hope and despair. The tapestry of life unfolds in this place, where every face tells a story, every laugh resonates with the past. The final landmarks emerge, looming larger than life, filled with the weight of countless stories waiting to be told. The echoes of history reverberate through time, a reminder that every triumph carries with it a legacy, a memory, an emotion that continues to pulse within the very fabric of the city. And as the night envelopes everything in its embrace, the stories linger, suspended in the air, whispering promises of tomorrow. The triumph's route is far from over. It is a continuous path that leads to deeper revelations, a connection to the past that weaves seamlessly into the present, beckoning all to walk it again and again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden hue over the city, as the distant sound of trumpets pierced the air, stirring a wave of anticipation. The people, with their eyes wide and hearts racing, gathered in the streets, their breaths hitching in unison, caught in the thrill of a moment that would echo through history. At the center of this fervor was the triumphal chariot, a magnificent vehicle drawn by a team of splendid horses, each muscle rippling and glistening under the sun's embrace. This wasn't merely a chariot. It was a symbol, a heartbeat of power and pride that stirred something primal within all who beheld it. As the chariot wound its way through the throngs of people, the cheers grew louder, blending into a symphony of joy and awe. The vibrant colors of the banners flapping in the wind painted the air with stories of victories past, while the golden laurel wreath atop the charioteer's head glimmered like a beacon of hope. This was no ordinary celebration. It was a moment where the extraordinary met the mundane, where the pulse of history quickened. The triumphal chariot was a tapestry woven with the threads of valor, sacrifice, and the undying human spirit. With each turn of the wheels, the chariot whispered tales of its storied past, stories of generals who had led their armies into battle, of empires that had risen and fallen, and of the unyielding quest for glory. The charioteer, a figure of awe, encapsulated the essence of a conqueror, his strong grip on the reins symbolizing control over destiny itself. The horses, wild yet obedient, mirrored the untamed spirit of the people, their fiery eyes reflecting dreams of greatness. As the crowd surged forward, yearning to touch the hem of history, they felt a connection that transcended time. This was more than a mere procession. It was a bridge to an age where courage reigned supreme and honor was the crown jewels of the soul. Each cheer that erupted from the masses felt like a thread binding them to the triumphal chariot, a part of something glorious and eternal. They shared in the glory, basking in the reflected light of past victories, igniting flames of ambition in their hearts. In that electrifying moment, the symbolism of the triumphal chariot grew heavier, laden with emotions that teetered between elation and reverence. It represented not only victory but the acknowledgement of hardships endured and the sacrifices made along the way. Each horse, each gilded embellishment, screamed triumph yet whispered the stories of those who had fallen, those whose blood had soaked the battlegrounds, forgotten by time yet forever present in the spirits of the living. As the procession reached the heart of the city, the energy reached a fever pitch. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the earthy aroma of sweat and tears. It was a moment suspended in time, where past and present danced together, and the chariot became a vessel of memories. The figures of the past seemed to rise from the dust, their ghostly forms mingling with the living, filling the streets with the weight of their stories. The chariot paused, and in that silence, the world held its breath. The crowd strained to catch a glimpse, their hearts pounding like war drums. What would they feel if they could reach out and touch the chariot? Would they find strength? Would they find solace in the knowledge that they too were part of a grand narrative? The triumphal chariot became more than a symbol. It became a mirror reflecting their hopes and dreams, desires woven into the very fabric of its design. Then, without warning, the moment shattered as the charioteer raised his arm high, a gesture that ignited the crowd into a frenzy. The overwhelming sense of unity surged through the masses, a collective heartbeat that resonated with the pulse of history. They were reminded that despite their individual struggles, they were bound together by a common thread, a desire for glory, a thirst for recognition, and an unquenchable fire to leave their mark on the world. Each cheer became a promise, a declaration that they too would rise and conquer their battles, whether they were on the fields of war or within the confines of their own lives. The triumphal chariot stood as a testament that victory was not merely an endpoint, but a journey filled with obstacles, a continuous cycle of striving and achieving. The spirit of the chariot infused the people, igniting a flame within their souls, daring them to dream, to aspire, and to never back down. As the sun dipped lower, Casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, the chariot began to move again, slowly, almost reluctantly, as if it too wanted to linger in this moment of electric connection. The crowd followed, a river of emotions flowing behind it, their hearts intertwined with the hopes that the chariot represented. The cheers echoed down the streets, a cacophony of longing and promise, and as the chariot made its way forward, so too did the dreams of those who watched. The essence of the triumphal chariot was not simply found in its golden adornments or its storied past. It was alive in the hearts of those who witnessed its grandeur. It was a symbol of resilience, reminding them that amid trials and tribulations, the spirit of triumph lived on. And as the chariot disappeared into the twilight, leaving only fading echoes of its power behind, the crowd continued to roar, their spirits lifted, forever changed by the glimpse into something larger than themselves. For the triumphal chariot was not just a relic of history, but a living testament to the indomitable human spirit, a reminder that each heart beats in time with the echoes of those who dared to dream before them. And as they turned away, the fire kindled within them. They knew the journey would continue, an endless cycle of triumph and struggle, all intertwined in the grand tapestry of existence. With every step, they carried the weight of the chariot's legacy, a promise to honor those who paved the way, and the determination to write their own story, their own triumph. The air crackled with anticipation as the crowd surged in a wave of emotion. In the heart of ancient Rome, the streets were alive with a cacophony of voices, each one rising above the other in fervent excitement. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the city, illuminating the faces of thousands who gathered to witness an event that would etch itself into history. It was the day of the triumph, a celebration of victory, glory, and the indomitable human spirit. And at the center of it all lay the acclamation, an act that would define the very essence of the ceremony. The procession began with a roar that rippled through the masses, a force that seemed to lift every heart in unison. Soldiers marched, their armor gleaming, a spectacle of discipline and strength. Behind them came the general, his face a mask of triumph mingled with humility, riding high atop his chariot pulled by magnificent horses. But it was not merely his victories on the battlefield that granted him this honor. It was the voices of the people that would elevate him to the heights of glory. This was the moment for the acclamation, the moment when the crowd's roar would seal his fate and honor his achievements. As the chariot rolled forward, the general's heart raced. He could feel the palpable energy radiating from the faces surrounding him. Each person's eyes sparkled with admiration, hope, and unyielding trust. This was not just a display of power. It was a sacred bond between the commander and the citizens of Rome. The acclamation was their way of giving thanks, of acknowledging the sacrifices made, both by the soldiers and the civilians who endured the hardships of war. Every cheer, every shout was a melody of gratitude, an ancient anthem of loyalty. Triumph! Triumph! The chants echoed like thunder, rising from the depths of the masses to the heavens above. It was electric, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. Each voice added weight to the moment, each syllable a building block in the monument of glory. The acclamation acted as a bridge, linking the past struggles to the present joy, a testament to resilience that coursed through the veins of the Roman people. The general, though seated in a position of honor, felt like a mere vessel, carrying forward the hopes and dreams of those he served. As the ceremony crescendoed, a hush fell over the throng, a moment of collective breath held in anticipation. This silence, pregnant with emotion, was just as powerful as the uproar that preceded it. The general knew this was the moment that would define him, a declaration of his worthiness from the very people he fought for. They were not just spectators. They were the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of the empire, and the acclamation was their gift. The crowd surged again, voices swelling like the tide, and the general raised his arms in acknowledgement. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. A single voice rose above the fray, clear, unwavering, and filled with fervor. "To our victor, to our champion." The words sliced through the air, igniting a fire within the crowd as they took up the call, each person affirming their allegiance, each shout a promise of loyalty. The energy was intoxicating, wrapping around the general like a warm embrace. But the acclamation was not just a ritual. It had deeper meanings woven into its fabric. It was a reminder of the intricate relationship between leader and people. The general understood the stakes. He was not simply a warrior. He was the embodiment of their collective spirit. The cheers were not merely sounds. They were the lifeblood of the triumph ceremony, a sacred affirmation of the bond that tied them together. If he faltered, so would they. If he soared, they would elevate him higher still. As the parade continued, the city of Rome transformed into a living tapestry of joy, adorned with laurel wreaths and vibrant banners. The acclamation echoed in every corner, a symphony of voices blending with the clashing of swords and the rhythmic beating of drums. This was a moment that transcended time, a chance to witness history being written in real time, where every cheer was a brushstroke on the canvas of glory. With each passing moment, the intensity grew. The general felt the weight of history pressing upon him, the pulse of generations echoing in the chants. The acclamation was like a tide, rising and falling with each beat of the crowd's heart. It was a cleansing fire, purging doubts and fears, binding them together in an unbreakable connection. He could see the faces of those he had fought for, the mothers, fathers, children, each one a reminder of the stakes at hand, of the lives changed by his actions. Their voices swelled again, a collective roar that surged through the streets of Rome, reflecting the triumphs and tribulations shared between them. The acclamation was a promise, a vow sealed in sound. The general could feel the weight of their hopes resting on his shoulders. They had given him their voices, their loyalty. Now it was his moment to rise to the occasion. But amidst the exhilaration, doubt flickered like a candle in a storm. What if he failed them? What if this moment, filled with promise, turned to ash? The acclamation, loud and unyielding, pushed those fears aside, urging him forward. The voices of the people, their laughter, their cries, their pain, formed a chorus of strength that echoed in his heart. It would not be his fear that defined him. It would be their faith, their unwavering trust that would carry him through. As the chariot approached the final leg of the procession, the atmosphere thickened with the weight of expectation. The acclamation had become a living entity, a powerful force that brought the past, present, and future together in a breathtaking display of unity. With every cheer, every rallying cry, the general understood that this moment would not just celebrate a victory, it would forge a legacy. And as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the streets, the voices of the crowd rose to a fever pitch, echoing through the ages. The triumph was not just an event. It was a story, an eternal narrative where each heartbeat, each cheer, would resonate long after the echoes faded. The acclamation swelled, an unstoppable wave, carrying with it the hopes of a people and the promise of a future molded by their shared experiences. In that moment, everything came together. A tapestry woven from threads of triumph and heartbreak, fear and hope, loyalty and glory. The acclamation was both an ending and a beginning, a bridge to what would come next. It was a promise to remember, an unbreakable link between the general and the people, forever echoing through the annals of history, waiting for the next act to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the battlefield. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and smoke, a bittersweet reminder of the clash that had just taken place. Bodies lay strewn across the earth, some lifeless, others groaning in pain. Among them, a group of captured enemies shuffled forward, bound and weary, their expressions a mixture of fear and defiance. To the victors, they were more than just prisoners. They were trophies, symbols of triumph that would be paraded before the cheering masses. In ancient civilizations, the capture of enemies wasn't just a military strategy, it was an art form. To take an enemy alive was to claim their spirit, to stake a claim on their narrative. The victors saw themselves not only as warriors but as storytellers, weaving tales of conquest that would echo across time. Each captured soldier was a living testament to the bravery of those who had defeated them. The sound of their chains rattling became a chorus of victory, a haunting melody that stirred the hearts of the onlookers. As the captives were led through the streets, the victors marched proudly beside them, their armor glinting in the sunlight like the stars that guided them through the night. The cheers of the crowd grew louder, a cacophony of voices that celebrated both the warriors and their spoils. The displays of captured enemies were carefully orchestrated spectacles, meant to instill fear in the hearts of future adversaries and to remind the citizens of the strength of their rulers. Then came the treasures, the booty. Gold, silver, and jewels shimmered as they were unearthed from the defeated enemy's stronghold. Each piece of loot told a story of its own, a tale of struggle and sacrifice, of wealth amassed through victories and lost through defeat. The riches were flaunted with pride, a way to show the world that the victors had not only won the battle, but had also claimed the very essence of their enemies. As the spoils were displayed, the atmosphere crackled with excitement. The townsfolk pressed closer, eager to catch a glimpse of the riches that had been seized. Children gaped wide-eyed at the glittering treasures, while the elders nodded in approval, their faces etched with pride. It was a moment of unity, a celebration of shared identity forged in the fires of conflict. The more lavish the display, the more fervently the crowd cheered, a reflection of their own hopes and dreams wrapped in the folds of victory. But amidst the revelry, a tension simmered just beneath the surface. The captured enemies, with their heads held high, bore the weight of their own stories. They were not mere pawns in the game of power. They were fathers, brothers, sons cut down in their prime, their lives interrupted by the chaos of war. Each one of them carried the knowledge of their own people, of strategies and secrets that could spell disaster for their captors. The victors reveled in their triumph, yet the captured held onto their dignity, their eyes flickering with the fire of defiance, promising that the story was far from over. In the shadows, whispers of discontent began to swirl. What did it mean to display captured enemies and their treasures? The line between celebration and cruelty was thin, and the cheers of victory often masked the moral dilemmas that haunted those who celebrated. Questions arose. Was it honorable to parade those who had fought valiantly? Was it right to flaunt the spoils of war as trophies? The victors, intoxicated by their success, rarely paused to consider the deeper implications of their actions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the festivities began to wane. Yet, the importance of captured enemies and the display of booty remained etched in the memories of all who had witnessed the spectacle. The triumph of one side served as a reminder of the fragility of power, a delicate balance that could shift with the winds of fate. The world outside the celebration continued to spin, and somewhere, enemies plotted, their resolve hardening as they envisioned the day they would reclaim their honor. The flickering torches illuminated the faces of the victors, their smiles tinged with the weight of their choices. They were warriors, but they were also keepers of a legacy that stretched back through the annals of time. Each captured enemy was a chapter in their story, and with each treasure displayed, they wrote a new page for the ages. Yet, in the quiet moments that followed the celebrations, an undercurrent of tension remained, a reminder that the spoils of war come with consequences that ripple through history. Emotions ran high as the echoes of the day faded into night. Conversations turned to plans for the future, strategies to solidify their gains. But lurking in the back of their minds was the understanding that every victory sowed the seeds of future conflict. The importance of capturing enemies and displaying the booty was not just a ritual. It was a double-edged sword, one that could cut both ways. The victors reveled in their current power, yet the shadows whispered of an uncertain tomorrow. As the stars twinkled above, the captured enemies huddled together, sharing stories of home and hope. They found solace in each other's presence, a reminder that they were more than just prisoners. They were a united front against oppression. The flickering light cast by their shared fire danced in their eyes, igniting a spark of rebellion that would not easily be extinguished. Bound in chains yet free in spirit, they became the embodiment of resilience, a symbol of the undying human spirit that refuses to be silenced. In the grand tapestry of history, the narrative woven by the victors and the tales carried by the vanquished would forever intertwine. Each act of triumph, each display of captured enemies and treasure, would serve as a reminder of the complexities of power and the passionate struggle for autonomy. And as night fell, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a new chapter, where the stories of both captors and captives would collide once again. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped low behind the jagged mountains, casting long shadows over the ancient village. The flickering glow of torches illuminated anxious faces, their eyes darting toward the altar, a stone slab weathered by time and stained with the remnants of ages past. The smell of burning herbs filled the evening air, mingling with the earthy scent of the ground, a potent reminder that life and death danced hand in hand in these sacred moments. Here, the villagers gathered, bound by a shared purpose, to appease the gods who reigned over their destinies. In this world, where the unseen forces dictated the tide of fortunes, the weight of the rituals hung heavily. Each heartbeat resonated with a primal fear of the gods' wrath, a fear that drove men to the brink of desperation. The villagers knew that their very survival depended on these ceremonies, their hopes intertwined with every chant, every offering laid before the altar. Children clutched their mothers' skirts, their innocent eyes wide with wonder and fear, as the rhythmic beating of drums echoed through the valley, a call to the divine. The chief priest, a figure cloaked in ornate robes flecked with symbols of ancient power, approached the altar with cautious reverence. His hands trembled slightly as he grasped a ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming ominously in the torchlight. With every step, he felt the weight of countless sacrifices made in this very spot, each one a promise, a desperate plea for favor. He raised his voice, rich and resonant, chanting the sacred words passed down through generations, invoking the spirits of ancestors who watched over the living. At the foot of the altar, a goat, pristine and unblemished, stood tethered, unaware of the fate that awaited it. It bleated softly, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings of the gathered crowd. To some, it was just an animal, a mere vessel to appease the insatiable gods. But to others, it represented a life, a spirit that had been chosen for this sacred duty. The tension rose, a palpable wave crashing over the villagers as they held their breath, caught between reverence and sorrow. As the priest uttered the final incantation, the air crackled with energy. The dagger sliced through the stillness, leaving behind a crimson mark on the stone. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the life force of the goat spilled forth, a sacrifice that would wash away sins and ensure bountiful harvests. Each drop of blood was a message to the gods, a language spoken in the only way they understood, a plea for mercy, for protection, for love. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a sound that seemed to resonate with the villagers' collective heartbeat. Was it a sign? The gods were listening. With every drop that fell, hope mingled with fear, and the weight of generations bore down on the shoulders of those who stood witness. The priest, with a face etched in solemnity, raised his arms to the heavens, as if to beckon the divine. The villagers responded in unison, voices lifting in song, harmonizing with the wildness of the storm. Their prayers rose like smoke, swirling upwards, seeking the ears of the unseen. The intensity of emotion swelled, and tears streamed down faces, both from despair and from a deep-seated belief that they were part of something greater than themselves. Their lives were woven into the fabric of these moments, echoing the sacrifices of their forefathers. But there were those who stood apart, shadows lurking at the edges of the gathering. Their eyes glinted with a different kind of fervor, a fervor rooted in ambition and the thirst for power. They watched, calculating, waiting for the right moment to seize the chaos that might erupt from the depths of the ritual. They knew that in the turmoil of belief, they could manipulate the threads of fate, bending them to their will. As the last notes of the song faded into silence, the villagers looked up, their hearts pounding, waiting for a sign. The storm above roared louder, and in that moment of primal fear and hope, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows across the altar. It felt as if the gods had answered, a surge of energy crackling in the air, electrifying their spirits. In the aftermath of the sacrifice, the villagers felt a strange mix of relief and uncertainty. They had done their part, but what if it wasn't enough? What if the gods were still angry, still demanding more. The whisper of doubt gnawed at the edges of their minds, weaving through the fabric of their faith. The night deepened, and with it came a shroud of unease as they awaited the dawn, the true test of their devotion. Would the sun rise bright and warm, or would it bring shadows and despair? On the periphery, the power-hungry lurked, plotting under the guise of devotion, their minds swirling with schemes. They knew that the power to sway the gods had its price, and they were willing to pay it, however dark the path might be. The rituals of sacrifice were not just about appeasement. They were a game of control, a dance where the stakes were life and death. With the embers of the fire flickering low, the villagers whispered their fears to one another, their voices barely audible above the howling wind. But the shadows listened, their plans taking shape in the darkness, feeding off the uncertainty that lingered in the air. The tension was thick, wrapping around the villagers like a suffocating cloak, binding them tighter in their desperation to please the gods who held their fates in an unforgiving grip. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, illuminating the altar with a golden hue, hope surged through the hearts of the faithful. Yet, uncertainty remained, a lingering echo of the night's fears. In a world defined by sacrifices and rituals, where every offering came with a price, the villagers understood that this was not the end of their trials. The gods were fickle, and their desires remained a mystery, a riddle waiting to be unraveled. The cycle of sacrifice would continue, and so too would the dance of light and shadow, binding them all to a fate that was yet to be written. A crowd swells in the forum, their voices intertwining in a symphony of excitement and anticipation. The sun casts golden rays over the ancient stone, illuminating the faces of citizens dressed in tunics, their hearts pounding like drums of war. Today, they gather not for battle but for triumph, an extraordinary spectacle that binds the soul of Rome together. The air is thick with the scent of incense and roasted meat, an intoxicating blend that sends the senses soaring high. Children dart between legs, laughter ringing like chimes in the breeze, while merchants shout above the din, their wares displayed like treasures from distant lands. But all eyes are on the approaching procession, a moment that promises glory and remembrance. As the first trumpet sounds, a hush descends, a palpable tension filling the space. The general, draped in a flowing toga embroidered with gold, rides in a chariot pulled by magnificent white horses, their manes glistening. The crowd erupts, cheers echoing against the ancient walls, pulsating like waves crashing against the shore. It is the day of the triumph, a celebration of victory over enemies, a reminder of Rome's might and resilience. Each triumph is meticulously scheduled in the Roman calendar, carefully chosen to align with the rhythms of the seasons. These festivals were not just events. They were sacred moments, deeply intertwined with the fabric of Roman identity. The calendar itself was a living document, marking time through agriculture and warfare, festivals and religious observances. Each month was imbued with meaning, guiding the lives of the citizens who measured their days by the ceremonies they celebrated. The triumph, however, was unique, demanding the attention of every citizen. It was not just a victory parade. It was a ritual steeped in ancient tradition, echoing the triumphs of heroes past. The date was chosen with precision, often falling on the Ides of the month, a day already steeped in significance. These moments were crafted to honor the gods, to seek their favor for the future, and to acknowledge the sacrifices made in battle. As the chariot rolls past, the general stands tall, his chest swelling with pride. He holds a laurel wreath above his head, a symbol of victory and honor. Behind him, the spoils of war are displayed, captured standards, gilded armor, and even defeated foes, shackled and paraded like trophies. A shiver runs through the crowd, a mix of exhilaration and horror, as they witness the gritty reality of conquest. Each cheer is a testament not only to victory but also to the lives lost in the brutal clashes that brought them here. The procession winds through the streets, passing sacred temples and statues of the gods. Offerings are made, incense wafts upwards, and prayers are whispered, connecting the earthly realm to the divine. The calendar danced with convergence, a symphony of celestial and earthly cycles, weaving together the fabric of Roman faith and pride. Each festival was a note in that symphony, with the triumph playing a grand crescendo, reminding all of their shared heritage and struggles. As dusk falls, the real celebration begins. The forum transforms, lit by flickering torches that cast shadows like ghosts of the past. The crowd gathers around tables laden with food, wine flowing like rivers as laughter spills out into the night. Musicians play, dancers twirl, and stories of valor and bravery are shared, echoing through the ages. This was more than a festival. It was a reminder that life, even in its darkest moments, could burst forth into joyous celebration. But not every triumph was born of pure glory. Hidden beneath the surface of jubilant faces were the haunting memories of those who had perished in the pursuit of conquest. Each festival carried its own weight, an acknowledgement of sacrifice. Exultation mingled with mourning, a bittersweet reminder of the price paid for greatness. The calendar, with its intricate tapestry of festivals, allowed the Romans to honor their history, to remember the fallen while celebrating the living. As the flames flickered, illuminating the night sky, the citizens of Rome were bound together in a shared experience, a connection forged through time, sacrifice, and joy. They were a people who understood the fragility of existence, yet reveled in the strength found in unity. As the celebrations continued, tales of future triumphs began to swirl in the air. Ambitions ignited once more. Dreams of conquest filled the hearts of those who dared to hope. Plans were set in motion, alliances forged over goblets of wine, and resolutions whispered under the cloak of night. The triumph was but a chapter in the ever-unfolding story of Rome, a promise of what lay ahead. The moon shone brightly, a witness to the unfolding drama, as the citizens found solace in the rhythm of their calendar. They knew, in their bones, that life was a cycle, one of victories and losses, laughter and tears. On this night, they celebrated not just a single triumph, but the essence of what it meant to be Roman, to be part of something larger than themselves. As the evening wore on, the exhilaration of the triumph mingled with the shadows of the past, reminding everyone that the calendar was not merely about dates and festivals. It was a living entity, breathing life into the stories of their ancestors, binding them in a continuous loop of remembrance and hope. The triumphs were etched in time, awaiting the next warrior who would one day rise to meet the challenges ahead, their triumphs yet to be transformed into legends. And with that thought, the pulse of Rome quickened, the echoes of celebration continuing to reverberate through the ages, leading into the next feast, the next sacred moment, waiting just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient city as the crowd swelled, their voices rising like a tide. They had come to witness history, to celebrate a victory that would echo through time. As drums began to thump, a thrilling vibration coursed through the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of all present. It was not just the victory of a leader or the fall of an enemy, but a collective triumph of spirit, of hope, and of life itself. From the moment the first notes rang out, the atmosphere shifted. Music had a way of weaving through emotions, connecting every soul in the vast sea of faces. The triumphant horns blared, heralding the glory of the moment. With each blast, the crowd roared, their cheers mingling with the melodic strains, creating a symphony of exhilaration that cascaded throughout the city. This was not merely a celebration. It was a performance, a ritual that transcended generations. In ancient Rome, the triumphs were opulent and lavish. Generals paraded through the streets in chariots, adorned not just in splendor, but in the sound of jubilation. The music, an intricate tapestry of flutes, lyres, and the commanding presence of the brass, spoke a language of its own, one that resonated with the very heartbeat of the populace. With every chord, the atmosphere thickened, stirring a sense of belonging, as if music itself was the invisible thread binding them together. As the procession moved forward, groups of performers took to the streets, their spirited dances mesmerizing the crowd. Their movements were bold and fluid, telling tales of valor and sacrifice in a visual narrative that left spectators breathless. The rhythm of their steps mirrored the pulse of the marching soldiers, each beat a reminder of what had been achieved. The flames of torches flickered in time with the music, casting shadows that danced alongside the performers, weaving stories that would linger long after the evening faded. In the midst of this jubilant chaos, the priests of the temple offered solemn prayers, their chants harmonizing with the celebratory music. This sacred acknowledgement of the divine intertwined with the jubilant sounds, creating a profound juxtaposition. Here lay the heart of the celebration, a recognition that triumph was not just earthly, but also a divine gift. The air buzzed with tension, as if the very gods were listening, their favor hanging delicately on the notes that floated through the air. As night cloaked the city in its embrace, the celebrations grew more intense. The blend of music and performance reached its crescendo. The drummers pounded their instruments like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath the feet of the gathered masses. To the onlookers, it felt as if the earth itself rejoiced, echoing the sentiment of the crowd. Each beat resonated deep within, awakening dormant emotions, igniting the passion that lay in the hearts of all who stood witness. Among the performers, a young girl danced with abandon, her bare feet barely brushing the cobblestones, yet she seemed to float. Her movements were a mix of joy and reverence, a tribute to the fallen heroes of the battle. In her eyes, the flickering torchlight reflected the pride of a nation, the hopes of a people who had endured and triumphed. As her arms reached towards the heavens, it was as if she beckoned the very stars to join in their celebration, merging the earthly with the celestial in a moment of sheer magic. The music soared, lifting spirits higher still. The intricate melodies spiraled through the air, wrapping around every listener like a warm embrace. Tales of bravery, glory, and sacrifice were infused into every note. The city became a canvas, painted with the vibrant colors of sound and emotion. Joy danced alongside sorrow, for every victory came with its own wounds, its own stories of loss. The music didn't shy away from this truth. Rather, it amplified it, allowing the audience to feel every pulse of emotion in an unbreakable bond. Then suddenly, in a moment that felt like eternity, silence fell. The crowd held its breath, caught in a web of anticipation. The musicians paused, their instruments still, and a hush washed over the masses. This was no ordinary silence. It was a collective inhalation, a moment of reverence. In that stillness, the spirit of the triumph became palpable. It whispered to the crowd, reminding them of what they had overcome. It was a sacred pause before the final explosion of sound, a moment that allowed them to reflect on the journey that had led them here. With a single motion, the conductor lifted his hand, and the music erupted once more. The horns blared triumphantly, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums that echoed like a heart in perfect sync with the crowd. In that moment, the world outside the festivities faded away. The music became the very essence of life, breathing energy into the weary bones of history, into the collective spirit of all who had gathered. Tears streamed down faces, laughter rang out like bells, and every heart beat as one. The music and performance were not mere embellishments. They were vital lifelines, connecting the past to the present, the individual to the collective. Each note was a reminder that they had triumphed together, and together they could face whatever lay ahead. As the night deepened, the city became a symphony of light and sound, a testament to the power of music and performance during triumphs. The stories shared, the emotions expressed, would ripple through the generations like waves on a shore. This celebration of victory was not just an event. It was a powerful legacy that would inspire all who heard its echoes, weaving the fabric of their shared history tighter, pulsing with life and joy. And as the final notes lingered in the air, an unbreakable bond formed among the people. No one wanted this moment to end. The performers, still vibrant and alive, continued to dance, and the crowd, still filled with energy, joined in. They were more than spectators. They were participants in a living piece of art, each person adding their essence to the unfolding narrative. The night would not conclude here. It would flow seamlessly into the future, carrying with it the heartbeats of triumph, the melodies of victory, and the indelible mark of a shared experience that would shape their destinies forever. The streets of Rome buzzed with anticipation, electric with the thrill of what was to come. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, bathing the ancient city in a warm golden hue, thousands of citizens gathered, their hearts pounding in unison. They adorned themselves in their finest togas and tunics, their faces painted with excitement and hope. For today was not just another day. It was a day of triumph, a day that would echo through the annals of history. The scent of roasted meats wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet fragrance of freshly picked flowers. Children dashed between legs, their laughter ringing out as they clutched miniature flags, eager to catch a glimpse of the great procession. The sound of trumpets pierced the air, sharp and clear, heralding the arrival of the victorious general. The people felt it deep within their bones. Something monumental was about to unfold. As the chariot emerged, drawn by powerful horses and shining with gold leaf, a roar erupted from the crowd, a wave of pure emotion crashing against the very stone of the city. Atop the chariot stood the general, a figure of pride and power, his armor gleaming in the fading light. He raised a hand, acknowledging the crowd, his face a mask of both humility and triumph. In that moment, he was not just a man. He was the embodiment of Rome itself. The triumph was not merely a celebration of military success. It was a symphony of emotions playing out on the streets of Rome. It stirred a sense of unity among citizens, a collective heartbeat pulsing through the throng. They waved their arms, their voices rising in jubilant cries that echoed off the ancient walls. With each cheer, they felt their connection to something greater, a tapestry woven from the threads of their shared history and hopes for the future. In the days that followed, the echoes of the triumph lingered in the air. Families gathered around flickering oil lamps, recounting tales of bravery and glory. The streets were alive with stories that transformed the general into a hero, a demigod who had single-handedly defended the Republic. With each retelling, the legend grew, taking on a life of its own. It was as if the victory had become a part of their very souls, igniting a fire of pride that burned brightly within each citizen. Yet, beneath the surface of this exuberance, a current of tension began to flow. Not all were included in the jubilant glow of victory. The triumph also highlighted the divisions within society. The grand procession, while a source of pride for many, also served as a stark reminder of the sacrifices made by others. The soldiers, many of whom were now nameless in the grand narrative, returned carrying not just the spoils of war, but the scars of conflict. Their stories, often drowned out by the sound of celebration, whispered of loss, fear, and the cost of glory. As the days turned into weeks, the triumph began to shape the culture of Rome in unexpected ways. Temples were adorned with new statues and frescoes celebrating the general's victories, each piece a testament to Roman valor and the gods' favor. The political landscape shifted, with senators eager to align themselves with the victorious general, seeking to bask in the glory that radiated from his triumph. Loyalty and ambition intertwined, weaving a complex web of alliances and rivalries that would shape the future of the Republic. Art flourished in the aftermath of the triumph, inspired by the fervor of the people. Poets penned verses that echoed the grandeur of the day, while sculptors chiseled marble into forms that captured the essence of courage. The imagery of the triumph, the chariot, the laurel wreaths, the victorious general, became symbols of aspiration for every Roman citizen. They were reminded that greatness was within reach, that glory could be earned through courage and sacrifice. But the impact of the triumph extended beyond art and politics. It seeped into the very fabric of daily life. Markets buzzed with traders recounting tales of the general's feats, each story a thread in the tapestry of their collective identity. The influence of the triumph could be felt in the games, where gladiators were now encouraged to embody the valor of the heroes celebrated in the streets. Each clash in the arena carried the weight of expectation, a reminder that the spirit of Rome thrived on courage and competition. Yet, this newfound fervor also ignited an underlying fear. The more the citizens celebrated their victories, the more they worried about the price of pride. Whispers filled the air. Were they becoming too ambitious? Too powerful? Could their beloved republic turn on them? As they cheered for the general, they also questioned the implications of his rise. In the shadows of the triumph, the seeds of doubt began to take root, threatening to unravel the unity it had temporarily forged. As the sun set on yet another day of celebration, the triumph lingered in the hearts of the citizens like a ghost, neither fully embraced nor completely relinquished. It was a bittersweet reminder of their collective strength and vulnerability. They were the guardians of Rome, but at what cost? With each passing moment, the thrill of the triumph intermingled with the whispers of trepidation. The bond that had united them against a common foe now hung in a delicate balance, poised on the precipice of glory and uncertainty. The air crackled with the tension of possibility, a promise of further tales waiting to be written in the annals of history. As the city prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, a new chapter beckoned, filled with ambitions, rivalries, and the ever-persistent question: what does it truly mean to be a Roman? The streets of Rome were alive with a vibrant pulse, a heartbeat echoed by the clamoring of thousands. Citizens filled the cobblestone paths, their faces painted with excitement, anticipation crackling in the air like electricity. At the helm of this exhilarating chaos stood the general, a figure draped in the splendor of victory, a laurel wreath crowning his head, a symbol of glory and triumph. Yet, as the crowd cheered, their voices blending into a harmonious roar, shadows of ancient rituals loomed large, whispering tales of power and legacy that transcended the very stone of the city. As the victorious procession moved forward, echoes of Greek and Eastern traditions intertwined with the Roman spectacle. The triumphant general rode in a chariot, a soaring figure against the backdrop of a city that had risen to greatness through the confluence of cultures. This was not merely a parade. It was a tapestry woven with the threads of ancient rites, an emotional resonance that reverberated through time. Enormous statues of Greek gods flanked the route, reminding all of the celestial favor that had accompanied the general's conquests. It was not just a celebration of military might. It was a communion with the divine. The cheers of the Roman citizens masked a deeper undercurrent of reverence. Among the throngs were priests, their heads shaved, chanting invocations that echoed the sacred hymns of Delphi. They poured libations, sweet wine flowing like a river to honor the gods who had guided their leader. The Roman triumph was infused with Greek ritual, a fusion of cultures where homage was paid not only to Mars, the god of war, but also to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Each victory was a dialogue with the sacred, a conversation steeped in tradition and fervor. But the influence of the East was equally palpable. As the procession continued, the scent of exotic spices wafted through the air, the fragrant offerings brought back from distant lands. The Romans had long been captivated by Eastern mysteries, and the triumph was a stage for this fascination. Banners adorned with symbols of Persian and Egyptian gods fluttered in the breeze, a silent salute to the cultures that had shaped Roman identity. In their splendor lay the essence of stories told in hushed tones, of pharaohs and sultans, of conquests that stretched beyond the horizon. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the procession, the earth itself seeming to respond to the momentous occasion. As the general raised his arms, palms open to the heavens, a hush fell over the crowd. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past and present collided. The echoes of Greek theaters rang in the air, every eye fixated on the general, as if he were a hero stepping from the pages of an epic saga. The applause built again, rising like a tide, an emotional swell that threatened to engulf all in attendance. Here, at the triumph, emotions swirled, pride, joy, and a hint of fear of the gods who could just as easily grant favor as they could withhold it. In that electric atmosphere, the general's heart raced. He had sacrificed everything to reach this pinnacle, and yet a shadow flickered across his mind. What if the gods were watching? What if they deemed him unworthy? The ritual of triumph was not just a celebration. It was a test. The sweet scent of incense mingled with the acrid smell of sweat, and for a fleeting moment, the bustling crowd faded away, replaced by the haunting echoes of sacrifices made on altars long forgotten. As the procession neared the temple of Jupiter, the culmination of the celebration was palpable. Here, the spirit of both Greek and Eastern traditions converged in a powerful crescendo. The general dismounted, stepping onto the marble steps, each footfall resonating with an ancient energy. He faced the altar, where priests awaited, draped in richly colored robes, their faces serious and intent. It was a moment of communion, a chance to bridge the mortal and the divine. In this act, the general became more than a man. He transformed into a conduit for the very essence of Rome, a nexus of history and hope. The rituals of Greece, with their emphasis on dramatic performances and the invocation of divine favor, melded seamlessly with the Eastern reverence for the mystical. The general, in his moment of glory, became a symbol of the unity of cultures that had shaped this great empire. The chants rose higher, filling the air with a melodic intensity that swept through the crowd, a testament to shared beliefs that extended beyond borders. Waves of emotion surged through the gathered multitude as they clutched their children, eyes wide in wonder. They were witnessing not just a triumph but an epic echo of their ancestors' legacies, a reminder of the gods who watched over them, the heroes who had fought on their behalf. Every cheer was an affirmation of their own lives intertwined with the pulse of history. As the priests began their sacred rites, the air thickened with expectancy. The offerings piled high, fruits, grains, and the finest wines, were a nod to both Greek and Eastern customs, a symbolic merging of two worlds. The general closed his eyes, feeling the weight of their hopes, their dreams, and the legacy he was about to carry forward. Here, at the altar, he was no longer merely a soldier. He was a vessel for the aspirations of the people, a bridge between the past and an uncertain future. Suddenly, a cry broke through the air, a sudden realization that this moment was not just about him or the triumph. It was about the whole of Rome, a vast tapestry interwoven with threads of courage, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of its people. The crowd surged forward, their jubilation reaching a fever pitch, the sound drowning out the whispers of doubt. They had come together to celebrate not just a victory on the battlefield, but a unity forged in the fire of shared experiences. Yet, even as the general basked in the glory, a haunting thought lingered. The triumph, as magnificent as it was, bore the weight of expectation. With every cheer, every festival of colors, lay the silent pressure of what was yet to come. Would this moment define him, or would he become another footnote in the annals of time? The echoes of Greek tragedies spoke of hubris, of the gods who could just as easily turn favor into folly. The tension in the air pricked at his resolve, weaving an intricate web of hope and fear, desire and destiny. As the rituals unfolded, with smoke curling into the sky and divine blessings sought, the crowd remained transfixed, eyes shining with a mix of awe and reverence. The stage was set for the next chapter, where the ghosts of history whispered promises of glory and warnings of downfall, crafting a narrative that would ripple through the ages. The triumph was not simply a celebration. It was a prelude to a legacy yet to be written, a story that would continue to unfold with each passing day, binding the fates of Rome and its people like strands of fate in the hands of the gods. In the dim light of a crowded tavern, laughter mingles with the clank of mugs, but one voice rises above the rest, a voice so fierce it could silence the fiercest storm. It belongs to a woman, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of night. She recounts tales of battles fought and lives transformed, her eyes shimmering with the fire of those who dared to defy the confines of their age. This is not just a story of her triumphs, but of countless women, warriors, scholars, and leaders, who carved their names into the fabric of history, often overlooked, yet forever echoing through time. Take a moment to consider the whispers of women like Joan of Arc, who donned armor and led troops into battle. She was not merely a girl from a peasant family. She was a beacon of courage in the face of the church and the crown, challenging the very norms that sought to bind her. The fields of Orleans bore witness to her indomitable spirit, where her cries rallied soldiers and sent tremors of hope into the hearts of a beleaguered nation. Even as the flames licked at her heels, she stood tall, her faith unyielding. What flames burn within a woman, one wonders, that could turn the tide of an entire war? Then, There sits Elizabeth I, the queen who ruled without a king. With her fiery red hair and sharp wit, she balanced power and grace, guiding England through a renaissance. The whispers of her court spread tales of intrigue and strength, but it was her own fierce resolve that transformed her into the Virgin Queen, a symbol of independence in an era that demanded submission. The Spanish Armada, a terrifying force, trembled at her command, and history would forever remember how one woman stood against a tide of invaders and emerged victorious. The very throne upon which she sat whispered of the sacrifices made by women for the sake of their nations. In the shadows of these grand tales were countless others, like the suffragettes who marched for equality, their feet pounding the pavement in unison, a powerful rhythm of hope and determination. They faced insults, violence, and imprisonment, yet their spirits remained unbroken. Each banner they carried was soaked with the blood, sweat, and tears of women who had come before them, each cry for justice a reminder of the struggles endured. When the day finally came that women were granted the right to vote, it wasn't just a victory for them. It was an echo that resonated through the ages, reminding the world that the fight for equality had not been in vain. Consider the world of science, where Marie Curie shattered glass ceilings with every discovery she made. The first woman to win a Nobel Prize, and the only person to win it in 2 different sciences. Her brilliance radiated like a beacon, lighting the path for generations of women in STEM. Yet, her journey was fraught with challenges, her efforts often underappreciated. She worked in a male-dominated field, but when she spoke, her words were laced with the power of 1,000 suns, igniting passion in those around her. Her legacy lives on, a testament that knowledge knows no gender, only the resolve to pursue it. As the ink dried on the pages of history, figures like Rosa Parks quietly yet defiantly took their stand against oppression. Just a single seat on a bus ignited a movement that shook the very foundations of an unjust society. Her quiet strength carried the weight of an entire community, and with one simple act of resistance, she sparked a flame that would illuminate the path towards civil rights. The courage it takes to sit down in the face of such hatred and stand up for what is right. How remarkable is that? Yet, even as the women of triumph emerged, the tapestry of societal norms often sought to stifle their voices. The stories of women in ancient Greece and Rome are often shrouded in silence, their contributions overshadowed by the male figures of their time. But these women, from philosophers to physicians, laid the groundwork for intellectual advancements, their thoughts echoing through the halls of history even when their names were forgotten. How many brilliant minds were turned aside simply because of their gender? How many stories remained untold, treasures buried beneath the weight of patriarchal expectations? The whispers of women like Harriet Tubman, who became a conductor on the Underground Railroad, reverberate through history. With sheer will and determination, she risked her life to lead others to freedom. Her bravery was not just in her actions but in her belief that every soul deserved liberation. Each time she returned to the South, the danger grew, but her heart was steeled by the cries of those yearning for a chance at life without chains. Tubman's legacy is not merely one of escape. It's a powerful reminder of the strength that lies within the human spirit, a spirit that knows no bounds when fueled by love and justice. In the music halls and the art studios, women like Frida Kahlo painted their pain and passion, using the canvas as a diary of their struggles and triumphs. Frida's life was far from easy, marred by physical suffering and emotional heartache, but she transformed her experiences into works of art that resonate even today. Each stroke of her brush told stories of identity, feminism, and resilience, inspiring countless women to embrace their own narratives. In her world, beauty intertwined with pain, and art became a powerful form of expression that transcended time. As these women's stories intertwine, they create a rich tapestry of resilience and empowerment. Their voices, once hushed, now resonate with strength, each narrative feeding into the next, creating a collective roar that cannot be ignored. They remind society that every woman is a warrior in her own right, whether she fights on battlefields or in boardrooms, in laboratories or on the streets. Each triumph adds to the chorus of those who dared to stand, who dared to speak, and who dared to challenge the status quo. In the glow of history's light, the the stories of women continue to unfold, intertwining with the narratives of those yet to come. The battles fought and won are but echoes in a larger struggle, a testament to the strength found in unity, in shared dreams, in the belief that their voices matter. With every word and every choice, they shape the future, proving that the essence of triumph is not just in the victories, but in the relentless pursuit of a world where every woman can stand tall, her voice ringing clear in the annals of time. The sound of roaring crowds filled the air as the procession began, a vibrant sea of color and emotion flooding the streets of ancient Rome. A triumph was not just a celebration. It was the pulse of a nation, a moment where victory and glory intertwined in a magnificent display. As the victorious general, draped in a purple toga, rode proudly through the city, every eye was fixed on him, and every heart beat in sync with the rhythm of drums echoing through the forum. This was more than a parade. It was a narrative, a story written in the very fabric of the city itself, a story that would inspire artists and writers for centuries to come. The general's chariot gleamed in the sunlight, a chariot laden with rich spoils from distant lands, each prize telling tales of conquest. Gold, silver, and rare silks cascaded down like a waterfall of glory. But it was not merely wealth that captivated the people. It was the idea of triumph, the embodiment of their shared identity, a powerful reminder of what it meant to be Roman. Echoes of past victories surged through the air, each cheer from the crowd igniting a fire in the hearts of artists and poets. This moment was a wellspring of inspiration, flowing into the art and literature that would shape Roman culture. As the procession moved forward, the faces of the citizens shone with pride. Children, wide-eyed and breathless, tugged at their parents' togas, eager to catch a glimpse of their hero. Women, draped in flowing garments, sang songs of valor and honor, their voices weaving together the threads of community and shared history. The triumph was a celebration of more than one man's achievements. It was the very spirit of Rome, a spirit that artists would capture in vivid frescoes and sculptors would immortalize in marble. In the shadows of the grand triumph, poets sat with their wax tablets, scratching out lines that would echo through time. They witnessed the splendor and sought to encapsulate it in verse. Words flowed from their quills, capturing the essence of victory and the emotion of the crowd. They wrote of the gods smiling down, of fortune favoring the brave, and of the eternal city basking in the afterglow of glory. Each poem became a thread in the tapestry of Roman literature, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a civilization. Within the vibrant sketches of triumphs that adorned public buildings, one could see how deeply these victories influenced artistic expression. The walls of the Forum were alive with scenes of battle and heroism, where every stroke of the brush carried the weight of history. Artists depicted the moments of glory with an almost religious reverence. Each figure was exaggerated, heroic in their stature, embodying the virtues of courage, strength, and divine favor. The triumphs were not just recorded. They were celebrated, transformed into visual stories that would be passed down through generations. The impact of these triumphs reached far beyond the city's walls. Writers like Livy and Virgil drew from the grandeur of these spectacles, embedding the triumphal spirit into their narratives. Livy chronicled the heroic deeds of Rome's past, while Virgil wove the themes of valor and destiny into his epic, the Aeneid. The battles, the losses, and the eventual triumphs became more than mere events. They became the very foundation of Roman identity, a source of pride that resonated in every word penned by these literary giants. But within the cheers of the crowd, there was also a deeper narrative. The triumph revealed the duality of glory, the splendor often shrouded in the shadows of sacrifice. Each victory came at a cost. Blood was shed, lives were lost. Artists began to explore this complexity, capturing not only the euphoria of triumph but also the somber realities that lay beneath. Sculpture and fresco began to depict the fallen, the sacrifices made for glory, bringing a more profound emotional depth to Roman art. The triumphs became a reflection on humanity's yearning for greatness and the inevitable consequences that followed. As the triumphal festivities wore on, the scent of roasted meats and the sound of laughter filled the air. Yet, there were whispers of dissent. Not all shared in the euphoria of victory. Artists, Poets and playwrights began to explore the voices of those left behind. Conquered peoples, the bereaved, and the forgotten. Their works spoke of the weight of triumph, of the glory that often came at the expense of others. The triumphs were no longer just celebrations. They became a landscape of moral reflection, a complex interplay of pride and morality that would challenge the very core of Roman identity. Underneath the vibrant celebrations, the seeds of introspection were sown. The triumphs inspired a generation of artists and writers to question what it meant to conquer and to be conquered. They began to convey the stories of both victors and the vanquished, giving rise to a more nuanced perspective of victory. The narratives birthed from these influences would ripple through time, echoing in the halls of literature, theater, and art. As the last remnants of the triumph faded into the dusk, the artists and writers continued to gather, inspired by the flickering torches and the lingering cheers. They knew that the tales of glory and sacrifice would never truly end. In the shadows of the fading triumph, they found a new beginning, a chance to give voice to the complexities of the human experience. The influence of these grand spectacles would echo through the ages, shaping the very essence of Roman art and literature, threading through every masterpiece, every line of poetry, every heroic tale. The story of Rome, rich with triumphs and trials, was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the Colosseum, where the roar of the crowd echoed through the air. It was a cacophony of anticipation, a symphony of cheers and gasps that reverberated off the ancient stones, each sound a heartbeat of a city alive with passion and ambition. Standing in the center of the arena, a lone gladiator drew his sword, sweat glistening on his brow. This was more than a fight. It was a testament to the Roman spirit, a clash of wills that captured the very essence of triumph. In another corner of the empire, far from the grandeur of Rome's heart, the winds of war howled through the Alps. The year was 49 BC, and Caesar faced the daunting task of crossing these icy giants. The stakes were unimaginable. Failure could mean the end of his ambition, the crushing defeat of his dreams. Yet, with every soldier who trudged behind him, determination burned brightly. The audacity of this move would not only shock his enemies but shift the very course of history. As the snow melted under the relentless march, the legions forged ahead, driven by the promise of glory and the vision of a better tomorrow. Fast forward to the year 31 BC, where the waves of the Ionian Sea crashed violently against the shores of Actium. Here, the forces of Octavian and Antony clashed in a monumental naval battle that would echo through the ages. Ships lined up like titans ready for war, each vessel a floating fortress, brimming with soldiers and dreams of victory. The sun glinted off the metal of their oars as they pulled away from the shore, and for many, this was the last glimpse of land they would see. The fate of the Republic hung in the balance, and the outcome would define the future of Rome. The air was thick with tension as Octavian's fleet, guided by the brilliant strategist Agrippa, charged forward, each sailor bound by loyalty and the promise of an empire reborn. The dust had barely settled from the clamor of battle when the world witnessed another astonishing feat, the building of the aqueducts, a triumph of engineering that would bring fresh water to the farthest reaches of the empire. Imagine the pride swelling in the hearts of Roman citizens as they marveled at the arches soaring above them, a testament to human ingenuity. For the common people, these aqueducts weren't just channels for water. They were lifelines, symbols of prosperity and civilization. Each drop flowing through these conduits whispered stories of hard work, innovation, and the unyielding desire to improve life for all. Turning the pages of history, one cannot overlook the grand triumphs of the Emperor Trajan, whose conquests expanded the empire to its greatest size. In the year 117 AD, the colonnade of Trajan rose majestically, celebrating victories over Dacia. The sculpted reliefs depicted the soldiers charging into battle, their faces twisted in fierce determination. Each carving told tales of bravery and sacrifice, immortalizing the blood spilled for glory. The populace gathered to witness the festivities, the cheers of the crowd mingling with the cries of the fallen, a bittersweet reminder of what was paid for the spoils of victory. Then came the year 212 AD, when Emperor Caracalla granted citizenship to all free men within the empire. This singular act sent shockwaves through Roman society. The thrill of inclusion sparked joy, but it also ignited fierce debates about loyalty and identity. Citizens across the empire felt a renewed sense of belonging, the very fabric of society weaving tighter together. The streets of Rome were alive with chatter as people celebrated their new status, their hopes intermingling in the vibrant air, a collective heartbeat of unity and ambition. It was a moment filled with promise, a tantalizing glimpse of what a shared identity could mean for a sprawling empire. In the shadows of these monumental achievements, envy and betrayal simmered. The assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BC sent tremors through the heart of Rome. The Senate, a place once sacred, became a battleground for power and ideals. The conspirators believed they could extinguish his legacy, yet in doing so, they ignited a civil war that would tear the republic apart. As the dagger struck home, the gasps of the onlookers echoed in the halls of history, an unending reminder that triumph often walks hand in hand with tragedy. The young Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, rose from the ashes of this chaos, showcasing an unmatched resilience. His journey to power became a saga of its own. The excitement and despair of his rise were palpable, each step drawing him closer to becoming Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. This transformation was not just about conquest. It was a struggle for acceptance and legitimacy. The stakes were high, and every decision echoed through the ages, intertwining his fate with the destiny of the empire. A short breath of calm took hold before the storm of the Roman peace, Pax Romana, set in. Under Augustus, the empire flourished, cultural and architectural marvels sprang up like wildflowers after a rain. The Forum, aglow with debate and commerce, became the beating heart of society. Each structure, each stone, told tales of innovation, art, and a golden age. Citizens filled the streets, laughter mingling with the sounds of merchants haggling and children playing. A tapestry of life woven into the fabric of this era. But beyond the walls of Rome, another battle raged, this time against nature itself. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD buried the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum, a disaster that halted lives in an instant. Ash rained down, muffling the cries of those who perished in its wake. Yet, in the aftermath, the preserved ruins would later tell a story of resilience, of a people who thrived in the shadow of a mountain, a reminder that triumph can also mean survival against the odds. As time marched on, the great gladiatorial games became a spectacle of humanity's fascination with strength and courage. Each contest in the arena, each clash of swords, drew spectators from all walks of life. It was blood and glory intertwined, a brutal yet captivating reminder of what it meant to be human. Falling, rising, and fighting for honor. The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat played out before thousands, becoming a ritual that defined the Roman experience. Moments that would echo for eternity. Through each of these triumphs, the spirit of Rome surged forward, a living entity fueled by the dreams and ambitions of its people. The stories of their victories, grand and small, created a legacy that continues to ripple through history, an unbreakable chain of human experience. The arena, the Senate, the aqueducts, and the cities whispered the tales of their triumphs, inviting all who would listen into a world where the lines between victory and loss blurred, and the quest for greatness never truly ended. Amidst the rustling leaves of autumn, an eerie silence hung over the once bustling streets of a city that had known glory. The weight of change pressed upon the shoulders of its inhabitants, like a blanket of snow too heavy for the trees to bear. It was here, in this fragile moment, that the seeds of discontent began to sprout, nourished by the thirst for power and the struggles of the common folk. The air was thick with uncertainty, a tension that could be felt in the pit of one's stomach. The whispers of the past echoed in the alleyways, stories of triumph and pride now fading like old photographs left in the sun. The grandeur of victory parades had transformed into shadowy reminders of what once was. It was as if the very foundations of society were trembling, anticipating a storm that would change everything. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on cobblestone streets, The ruling elite gathered in their gilded halls, their laughter punctuated by clinking glasses and the rustle of finely tailored suits. They were a world unto themselves, blind to the struggles outside their opulent walls. The scent of prosperity clung to them, but beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to form, hinting at a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. And there, in the dim light of a nearby tavern, the common people gathered. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices laced with desperation. Some recounted stories of families torn apart by hunger, while others spoke of dreams crushed under the weight of bureaucracy. The struggle for survival was painted across their faces, etched in the lines of worry that deepened with each passing day. In the heart of this gathering stood a man named Elias, a once-cherished leader now turned into a mere shadow of his former self. The cheers that had once greeted him had faded into an echo, leaving behind the bitter taste of betrayal. With a voice that trembled yet burned with conviction, he called for unity among the people, pleading for them to rise against the forces that suffocated their dreams. But the ruling class, with their iron fists and silken gloves, were quick to quash any flames of revolt. From the opulent heights of their estates, they cast down laws that suffocated the very spirit of innovation and unity that the people craved. They painted dissent as treason, wielding fear like a weapon, crafting narratives that turned neighbor against neighbor. The divide grew wider, a chasm filled with anger and mistrust, as the language of the elite became the language of the land. Through the streets, a palpable sense of unrest surged, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. The decline of triumph was not just a political shift. It resonated in the hearts of every man, woman, and child. Each news of a new tax or regulation felt like a dagger to the gut, driving home the realization that their voices were being silenced, their needs ignored. The protests began as small ripples, a gathering here, a march there. But soon they swelled into a tide that threatened to drown the old order. Night after night, the brave souls who dared to speak out faced the darkened alleyways where conflict awaited. They wore their convictions like armor, knowing well the dangers that lurked just beyond the flickering lamplight. And yet, the fire in their hearts was impossible to extinguish. They were dreamers, visionaries, each hoping for a spark that would ignite a revolution. In the midst of this chaos, the young found their voices. Among them, a spirited girl named Mira stood tall, her defiance a beacon of hope. She rallied her peers, sharing tales of a future where men and women shared power, where justice flowed freely like water. With her fiery spirit, she drew the youth into the streets, where they painted slogans on crumbling walls and danced beneath the stars, their laughter a defiance against the darkness. Yet, outside the vibrant circles of rebellion, the old guard plotted. They convened behind closed doors, pooling their wealth and influence to crush this budding insurgents. The atmosphere grew thick with conspiracy, each decision made in whispers laced with paranoia. They were terrified of losing their grip, of the common people finding their strength, their voice. And fear often breeds the harshest of reactions. As the sun rose over the city one fateful morning, the air crackled with an electric tension. The people had gathered, thousands strong, their hearts pounding in unison. They marched, a living river of defiance flowing through the streets, their chants echoing off the walls of power. The elite, cloistered in their ivory towers, watched with a mix of disbelief and growing dread. Then the inevitable clash came. The soldiers, loyal to the crown and armed to the teeth, stood ready to defend the status quo. They were mere tools in a larger game, yet their eyes held the same flicker of doubt that danced in the hearts of the people. As the first stone flew, the world seemed to hold its breath. This was no longer a battle of ideas. It had erupted into a struggle for survival. The roar of voices, the clash of shields, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Each moment was a heartbeat, vibrating through the very bones of the city, resonating with the dreams of all who fought. Blood mixed with the dust of the streets, each drop a testament to the sacrifices made for a future that remained uncertain. And among the chaos, the whispers of the past converged with the hopes of the present, creating a cacophony of emotion that was impossible to ignore. Hope, despair, unity, and division swirled together, each thread woven tightly into the fabric of a society on the brink. The decline of triumph was a living, breathing entity, and it fed off the dreams and fears of every person who walked the streets. The question lingered in the air, palpable and urgent. Would the dawn break with a new beginning, or would the shadows of the past swallow them whole? As the sun began to dip once again, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, the outcome remained shrouded in uncertainty. In the heart of the city, where dreams collided with reality, the fire burned brighter than ever, waiting for its moment to ignite the night, to change the course of history forever. The air crackled with tension as the world watched in disbelief. In the spotlight stood names that echoed through history, figures whose triumphs felt like a double-edged sword, celebrated yet shrouded in scandal. With every stride they took towards greatness, dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening to engulf their legacies with whispers of controversy. For each achievement that glittered like gold, shadows danced behind, revealing the hidden truths, the fallout, and the fierce backlash that followed. Take, for example, the story of Richard Nixon, a president whose ambition led him to the heights of power but ultimately to the depths of disgrace. His victory in the 1968 election seemed like a beacon of hope for a nation fractured by war and civil unrest. Yet beneath the surface, a sinister undercurrent flowed. The Watergate scandal erupted like a volcano, spewing forth revelations that shocked the nation. Tapes revealed secrets, lies, and a cover-up that would redefine politics in America. As Nixon stood before the cameras, resignation etched on his face, he became a symbol of betrayal, not just to his party, but to a nation that had put its trust in him. The echoes of "I am not a crook" still resonate, a chilling reminder of how triumph can turn to tragedy in the blink of an eye. Across the ocean, another figure was rising amidst the chaos. Margaret Thatcher, the Iron Lady, became a force to be reckoned with. Her policies shattered the status quo in Britain, igniting fires of both admiration and resentment. With her steely resolve, she pulled the nation from the ashes of economic despair. Yet her reign was not without its own storms. The miners' strike of the 1980s became a battleground, pitting her government against workers fighting for their livelihoods. The streets echoed with chants and the clash of ideals. In those moments, the nation stood divided, her triumphs marred by the struggle and strife that followed. Then there was the tale of Lance Armstrong, a cyclist who soared to unimaginable heights, winning the Tour de France 7 times. His story captivated millions, a symbol of perseverance against cancer and a beacon of hope for athletes everywhere. But as the accolades piled up, so did the suspicions. The whispers grew louder, leading to a full-blown investigation that unveiled a web of deceit. Armstrong's confession on national television was a gut-wrenching moment, stripping away his hero status and revealing the price of his ambition. What once was a tale of triumph turned into a cautionary saga of betrayal and loss. Even in the realm of entertainment, the lines between success and scandal blurred. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, captivated the world with his music and dance, but the shadows of allegations followed him, a relentless storm that clouded his legacy. His performances were like electric magic, but the headlines told a different story, one of accusations that shook his empire to its core. The thrill of his art was overshadowed by the chilling weight of suspicion, leaving fans in turmoil over the man they once adored. In the world of sports, the case of Pete Rose stands out starkly. The baseball legend, celebrated for his unparalleled dedication and record-breaking hits, became embroiled in a scandal that shattered his reputation. Betting on games, including those in which he played, turned his triumph into a tragic downfall. The cheers that once echoed through stadiums morphed into a deafening silence as he faced a lifetime ban from baseball, a punishment that felt like a knife twisting in the heart of the sport. As the tension mounted, the story of O.J. Simpson unfolded, a saga of fame, crime, and a trial that captivated a nation. His rise as a football star morphed into a nightmare as he stood accused of a double homicide. The courtroom became a circus, the media frenzy illuminating the darker corners of celebrity culture. The acquittal sparked outrage and debate about race, justice, and the American legal system. For many, His triumphs in sports were forever overshadowed by the tragic events that followed, leaving them grappling with the complexities of heroism and guilt. In a different light, consider Bill Clinton, a man whose presidency was marked by economic prosperity but marred by scandal. The affair with Monica Lewinsky became a defining moment in American politics. The nation held its breath as a husband and president stood before the world, desperately trying to navigate the consequences of his actions. His triumphs in office became tainted with the fallout of personal choices, and the nation was left to grapple with the fallout of a scandal that felt both intimate and public, personal and political. Each of these figures represents a thread in the intricate tapestry of history, where the scent of victory is often laced with the bitterness of scandal. They remind us that triumph is seldom a straight path. It twists and turns, often leading to unexpected consequences. As the pages of history turn, these stories linger, echoing the realities of ambition, power, and the human experience. The emotional roller coaster doesn't end here. It propels us into the next chapter, where the legacies of these controversies continue to ripple through time, shaping future generations and influencing the world around us. What remains is a lingering curiosity, a call to understand the balance of success and failure, to unravel the very essence of what it means to triumph in a world that often feels unrelenting in its judgment. The stories intertwine, bleed into one another, and the suspense of what lies ahead keeps hearts racing and minds alert as the quest for truth and understanding persists. The streets of ancient Rome buzzed with anticipation, the air thick with excitement and the scent of incense curling through the sun-warmed cobblestones. The day was unlike any other. A splendid procession was about to unfold, embodying the essence of triumph. Amidst the sea of vibrant togas and fluttering standards, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the forum, where a hero would soon emerge, crowned not just in laurel but draped in the very fabric of Roman belief itself. As the trumpets blared their clarion call, the people held their breath, the sound echoing off the marble columns that whispered tales of gods and men. Each note seemed to awaken the spirits of the pantheon, for today's triumph was more than a celebration of military victory. It was a sacred performance, an offering to Mars, the war god who cast his shadow over the battlefield and guided the hands of the brave. The crowd, a living tapestry of hope and reverence, anticipated the hero's arrival, each heartbeat in rhythm with the pulse of the city itself. The triumphant general appeared, a figure clad in resplendent armor that shimmered like the sun. He bore the scars of battle, each wound a testament to the sacrifices made, the lives taken and saved. The laurel wreath perched on his head gleamed, symbolizing not only victory but the divine favor bestowed upon him. With every step, he invoked the memory of past heroes, their names echoing like a prayer on the lips of the crowd: Julius Caesar, Pompey, Scipio. Their legacies intertwined with his own, mingling like the smoke rising from the altars where offerings were made to appease the gods. As he progressed through the throngs, the people erupted in cheers, a symphony of voices crashing over one another, filled with joy, gratitude, and reverence. Children lifted their small hands, reaching out for a touch of glory, while elders wept, their tears a blend of pride and nostalgia, reminding them of battles fought and won. At that moment, the triumph was not solely of man. It was a communion of souls, bound together by the shared belief in the might of the Roman spirit and the favor of the gods. Yet, amid the jubilation, there lingered a tension, a whisper of uncertainty that clawed at the edges of the celebration. The gods, too, were fickle in their affections. What if Mars had not smiled upon this conquest? What if the sacrifices made on the altar of war were not enough to appease the divine? The general, feeling the weight of expectation bearing down upon him, could almost sense the watchful eyes of Jupiter, king of the gods, scrutinizing his every move. Would he return to the Capitoline Hill with honor or shame? The procession continued, enveloping the city in a grand spectacle. Chariots adorned with golden eagles, symbols of Rome's indomitable spirit, rolled by, flanked by warriors carrying captured standards, trophies of their triumphs. Each standard hung like a lifeless specter, a reminder of the enemies vanquished, their faiths obliterated, their gods abandoned. In that moment, the fragility of belief became palpable. How easily one could rise to the heavens, only to be cast down into the depths of despair. As the general neared the temple of Jupiter, the heartbeat of Rome, the atmosphere thickened with reverence. This was the moment when triumph met divinity. He turned to face the altar, the marble gleaming in the midday sun, and offered his thanks with a sincerity that resonated through the ages. The incense wafted upward, curling like a prayer, mingling with the hopes of the people. The triumph was incomplete without this act of devotion. The gods must be honored, their grace sought. In this sacred exchange, the line between mortal and divine blurred. The general stood not merely as a man but as an embodiment of Rome's will, a vessel through which the gods' favor flowed. The people watched, breathless, their faith igniting in the shared moment. They believed that through him, they too could touch the divine, that in the echoes of his triumph, they would find their own strength. Yet the divine was not without its shadows. For every victory, there was the specter of retribution lurking just beyond the edge of the festivities. The wheels of fate turned relentlessly, and with each joyous cheer, there was a counterpoint of fear, the fear that the gods could just as easily bestow calamity as they could glory. The generals of Rome learned this harsh lesson time and again. Triumphs came at a price, and the scales of fortune were ever in flux. As the triumphal arch came into view, its grandeur reflected the might of the empire, a monument to both human ambition and divine favor. But even this marvel bore witness to the fragility of glory. For every arch that celebrated a victor, there were those constructed in memory of the fallen, a reminder that in the pursuit of greatness, the cost of failure was steep. The people's murmurs faded into a hush, a collective understanding that triumph and tragedy danced a delicate waltz, forever intertwined. With his heart pounding in his chest, the general stepped forward, ready to ascend the steps of the temple, to offer his final tribute and solidify his place in the annals of history. But as he approached, he could not shake the feeling of eyes upon him, those of past victors, those who had once walked this very path, now reduced to whispers in the wind. Would he become another name etched in stone? Or would his legacy dissolve into the dust of forgotten battles? In the crowd, a woman reached for the sky, her voice rising in fervent prayer, beseeching the gods to keep her loved ones safe in the wake of war's chaos. Beside her, an old man, a veteran of countless campaigns, whispered tales of glory and despair, his eyes glistening with memories of triumphs long faded into the annals of time. Each person held their own hopes and fears, their own versions of what it meant to triumph. The energy swirled, the tension thickening as the moment approached. With a final breath, the general raised his arms to the heavens, a figure caught between the mortal realm and divine presence, embodying the very spirit of Rome itself. As the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, the lines of time blurred. The echoes of ancient rituals, the prayers of countless generations, and the fervent desires of the present merged in a single heartbeat, a testament to the enduring power of belief, the unyielding strength of the human spirit. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an amber glow over the monumental figures carved from stone. Each curve and contour of the sculptures told a story, echoing the triumphs of those who had once shaped the world. In the bustling marketplace of ancient Rome, the air was thick with the scent of spices and the sound of merchants calling out to passers-by. But amidst the clamor, the statues stood like silent witnesses, guardians of history, celebrating the victories of empires, leaders, and ordinary people who dared to dream. As a figure approached the grand marble relief, the crowd hushed, their eyes drawn to the intricate carvings of soldiers marching into battle, their faces fierce with determination. The sculptor had depicted the very essence of glory, the taut muscles of the warriors, the glint of armor that shimmered as if the sunlight could awaken the battles fought long ago. Each detail was a tribute to the strength of the human spirit, capturing a moment in time when hope triumphed over despair. But it wasn't just the strength that resonated. It was the emotions etched into every piece. A mother cradling her child, her face a mixture of pride and sorrow, stood beside a victorious general, his hand raised in salute, a symbol of conquest. The reliefs whispered tales of sacrifice, love, and the bittersweet taste of victory. Onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, an echo of those who had come before, their sacrifices immortalized in stone. As the sun continued its descent, shadows crept over the figures, lending a somber tone to the scene. The sculptor had left no emotion untouched. Even the fallen soldiers, their bodies sprawled in defeat, were honored with dignity. The artist had captured the essence of life, its struggles and its triumphs, transforming struggle into a visual symphony that resonated with everyone who dared to gaze upon it. In the temples, reliefs adorned the walls, celebrating the gods and goddesses who ruled the fates of men. They depicted divine interventions in crucial battles, where mortals relied on celestial support. The grace of Athena, her armor gleaming, seemed to leap from the stone, embodying wisdom in the chaos of war. Witnessing such artistry, hearts quickened. How could mere stone evoke such deep feelings? It was as if the sculptor had breathed life into the rock, allowing each figure to tell its own story of courage, resilience, and faith. A young girl, wide-eyed and fascinated, reached out to touch the cool surface of a relief depicting a great naval victory. Waves carved with meticulous detail splashed against the hulls of ships, the sailors captured mid-action, their faces alive with the thrill of conquest. The girl felt the energy pulsating from the stone, and in that moment, she could almost hear the roar of the crowd, the crash of waves, the clash of swords. Her imagination took flight, and as she stood there, transfixed, she felt a connection to those who had once lived and fought for glory. Meanwhile, the great halls of palaces echoed with the tales of rulers, their triumphs immortalized in grand sculptures. Those larger-than-life figures loomed above, their expressions stern yet inspiring, beckoning all who entered to remember their legacies. As a visitor wandered through the corridors, feelings of awe mixed with trepidation. Here were the conquerors, the ones who had carved out empires, but also the ones who had faced trials that tested their very souls. Their stories were not just of victory, but of the weight of power and the burden of leadership. The artisan's skill was remarkable. Every wrinkle in a brow, every line of determination, captured with such precision. The sculptures seemed to breathe, to whisper secrets of the past to those willing to listen. They stood as a reminder that triumph is not merely a destination, but a journey filled with challenges, heartbreak, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. The night grew darker, and torches flickered to life, illuminating the majestic figures. In that light, the emotions embedded in the stone became even more vivid. A relief depicting a great festival, radiating joy and celebration, beckoned families to gather, sharing laughter and love. Children danced around a figure holding a garland of flowers, embodying triumph in unity, in peace. The warmth of this scene wrapped around onlookers like a comforting embrace, reminding them of the beauty found in life's simplest moments. Yet, there was always a tension, the unyielding reminder that every triumph came at a cost. A sculpture of a fallen hero, cradled by his comrades, served as a poignant juxtaposition. Though the hero had fought valiantly, his sacrifice was the price of glory. The pain of loss was palpable, a reminder that in life, joy often walks hand in hand with sorrow. The audience felt their hearts constrict, understanding that the path to victory is paved with both the elation of success and the heartache of loss. As the crowd continued to move, their hearts a symphony of emotions, a sense of unity enveloped them. Each figure, each carving became a thread in the vast tapestry of history, binding them together across time. They were not just spectators. They were part of a legacy that transcended generations. The triumphs depicted in the reliefs were not merely ancient stories, but resonated with their own struggles and victories, echoing the shared human experience. A sculptor's chisel may have shaped the stone, but it was the collective memories of humanity that brought the figures to life. They stood not just as monuments of the past, but as beacons of hope for the future, reminding everyone who dared to look that triumph, in all its forms, is a shared journey. In that moment, the crowd felt a surge of emotion, a connection not only to the stone but to each other. As the last light of day faded, the shadows lengthened, and the figures, once more, became silent guardians. But the stories they told would forever echo in the hearts of those who had come to witness their triumphs. The connection between past and present, between stone and soul, was unbreakable. And as the moon rose, illuminating the scene with a soft glow, the night vibrated with the whispers of history, creating a promise that these tales of triumph would never fade away. In the shadow of the colossal arches and towering statues that adorned the Roman Forum, the air was thick with the scent of triumph. A triumphant general, adorned in a laurel crown and resplendent armor, rode through the streets of Rome, a living testament to the power of victory. His chariot, pulled by magnificent horses, was draped in the spoils of war, golden treasures glittering in the sun, captives from distant lands bearing the marks of both fear and awe. Crowds erupted in deafening cheers, their voices merging into a singular roar that echoed through the ages. This was more than just a celebration. It was a demonstration of imperial authority, a vivid reminder of the divine right to rule. The relationship between these grand displays of triumph and the iron grip of imperial authority was a delicate dance, one that balanced on the edge of glory and hubris, where every cheer could easily turn into a cry for change. The triumphant general, often the very embodiment of Rome's military prowess, knew this all too well. His victories were not merely personal achievements. They were the threads woven tightly into the fabric of the empire's identity. Each conquest fueled the flames of ambition, and with each victory, the emperor's power grew just a little stronger, a little more absolute. The people looked up to these figures, their hearts swelling with pride and devotion. Yet buried beneath this adoration was a flicker of fear, a fear of what unchecked power could bring. As the chariot rolled through the streets, the general caught glimpses of the faces in the crowd. Young children with wide eyes, their dreams painted with the colors of glory. Old men with furrowed brows, remembering the battles they had fought. Women whose whispers spoke of both admiration and resentment. The crowd was a tapestry of emotions, each face telling a story, each cheer laced with the complexities of loyalty and desire. The general's heart raced, for he understood the weight of this moment. Not just for him, but for the empire itself. Every triumph was a step toward greater authority, but also a reminder of the thin line between power and tyranny. Behind the scenes, the senators watched with keen interest, their expressions a mix of envy and intrigue. These powerful men understood the implications of a successful general's return. Each triumph was a double-edged sword. It could elevate the general to heights beyond their control, or secure their own positions in the empire's hierarchy. They whispered among themselves, plotting and scheming, aware that the tides of public opinion could shift like sand. In this world, a single misstep could turn a hero into a villain, and the cheers of the crowd into cries for justice. Then came the day when the triumph turned to tragedy. The general, riding high on the waves of glory, made a fateful decision that would change everything. He launched a campaign against a neighboring kingdom, confident in his victories, blinded by ambition. The skies darkened, and as his legions advanced, he began to hear the whispers of doubt. The soldiers, once so eager to follow him, hesitated. The cheers that had once filled the air turned into murmurs of concern. Those who had once revered him now questioned his motives. The fragile relationship between triumph and authority began to unravel. As the general met resistance unlike any he had faced before, the battlefield became a cacophony of chaos. The clash of swords rang out like thunder, and the ground beneath them trembled with the weight of their resolve. The blood of his soldiers stained the earth, and the cries of the fallen echoed in the air. The dream of grandeur was rapidly morphing into a nightmare, and the general found himself at a crossroads. Would he retreat, losing the glory he craved, or press on, risking everything for a victory that felt increasingly elusive? The emperor, seated in the security of his palace, watched the events unfold with a mix of dread and anticipation. His heart raced, for he understood the implications of failure. A triumphant return could solidify his reign. A loss could spark rebellion. He sent messages, desperate for news, hoping to steer the course of fate from afar. Yet, in the turmoil of war, his words were but whispers against the roaring tide of battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the once celebrated general found himself on the precipice of defeat. His dreams of glory twisted into a haunting shadow, and he realized that the very triumphs that had elevated him could just as easily be the foundation of his downfall. The cheers of the crowd faded into silence, replaced by the weight of solitude. The burdens of authority lay heavy on his shoulders, and he felt the first pangs of doubt, a realization that absolute power could turn to ashes in an instant. The whispers of the crowd, once filled with adoration, now echoed with uncertainty. The people who had once raised their hands in praise began to question their allegiance. Was this general truly the hero they believed him to be, or had he become something darker? The connection between triumph and authority had frayed. It was a delicate thread, and under pressure, it threatened to snap. The battle raged on, but the fate of the general was no longer just about the clash of armies. It was a battle for the soul of Rome, where every victory was laced with the weight of responsibility. The stakes had never been higher, and the line between triumph and ruin had never been so blurred. With every heart-pounding moment, the tension hung in the air, a palpable force that pulled at the very fabric of authority itself. Would the general rise once more to claim his rightful place among the gods? Or would he fall, his dreams crumbling into dust? The answers hung just out of reach, tantalizing and elusive, as the saga of triumph and imperial authority unfolded like a scroll, waiting for the ink to dry. Each moment pulsed with a life of its own, beckoning the reader forward into the tumultuous tides of history, where the echoes of glory and despair intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. The streets of Rome throbbed with a heartbeat of excitement and anxiety. It was a city caught between two worlds, the flickering shadows of a proud republic and the looming presence of an empire, its future hanging in the balance like a sword poised to fall. Amidst the swirling dust and the air thick with ambition, the scent of power wafted through the forum, mingling with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the sharp tang of sweat. In the late Republic, triumph was a spectacle, a burning flare in the night sky. Generals like Julius Caesar, with a glint of determination in their eyes, marched back to the city not just as victors but as demigods. Their triumphs were parades, a symphony of victory where the clatter of hooves echoed off ancient stones, and the roar of the crowd rose like a tidal wave. The laurel crowns gleamed on their brows, and as they stood atop the chariots, it was more than just a celebration. It was a declaration, a bold challenge to the Senate, a reminder that the people adored the heroes who brought home the spoils of war. Yet, there was a lurking tension, a stark realization that these military successes often came with a price. The cheers of the masses masked the whispers of discord that spread through the corridors of power. Each victory was a double-edged sword, cutting through enemies but also slicing away at the very fabric of the Republic. The Senate's authority began to fray, unraveling like an old tapestry as the ambitions of men like Pompey clashed with those of Caesar. The triumphs that lit the streets with joy also ignited fires of jealousy and fear among the elite, threatening to consume the republic they cherished. As the years wore on, the triumphs of the late republic became increasingly charged. The blood-stained sands of foreign lands bore witness to the dreams of power, and the legions, once loyal to the republic, began to follow their generals, the real power brokers of the time. Each military victory transformed into a stepping stone, leading toward an inevitable confrontation with destiny. The echoes of cheers morphed into a chorus of dissent, an ominous reminder that the price of glory was rising. Then came the empire, a new era, a new kind of triumph that felt entirely different. Under Augustus, the triumphant parades transformed into grand displays of imperial majesty. The tableau was no longer just about a single general. It was the empire itself that took center stage. As the Pax Romana spread like a warm blanket, the triumphs shifted from blood-soaked fields to the vibrant centers of culture and governance. The grandeur of Rome enveloped its citizens, and the triumphs were now marked by architectural wonders like the Colosseum and the Pantheon, symbols of wealth and power that inspired awe. In the empire, triumph was about stability, about the celebration of Rome's might, and the promise of prosperity. The people reveled in the blessings of a unified empire, where food filled their bellies and peace lingered in the air. Yet, beneath the surface of tranquility, a restless undercurrent pulsed. The triumphs of the empire were not merely about military prowess. They were about the control of narratives, the shaping of history itself. The emperors, sitting atop their marble thrones, wielded the power to define what a triumph was, to rewrite the very stories that had once belonged to the generals of the Republic. As the contrast grew sharper, the tension in the air became palpable. The Senate, once a bastion of power, found itself relegated to the shadows, its authority eclipsed by the imperial sheen. Senators whispered in corners, their voices tinged with bitterness as they watched their influence dissolve like sugar in water. The triumphs of the empire created a schism, a division between those who embraced the new order and those who longed for the glory of the Republic. Lucius, a young senator, felt the weight of the change in the air. He stood by the Tiber, watching the water rush past him, reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun. He thought of the triumphs of his ancestors, those glorious parades that spoke of strength and honor. But now, he felt the empire's chokehold tightening around the Republic's legacy. The stories of the men who had once shaped Rome were slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. The future felt uncertain, a wild beast that could turn at any moment. Yet, within this tension lay the promise of evolution. Each triumph, whether in the late Republic or the Empire, spoke of ambition and yearning, a desire for greatness that transcended time. The people, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, oscillated between nostalgia and hope. Would they cling to the old ways, or would they embrace the new paradigm, one where the triumphs of the empire might yet offer a different kind of glory? In the Colosseum, the roar of the crowd grew louder as the games began. The gladiators, champions of the empire, stood ready to fight for their lives, their own triumphs hanging in the balance. The air crackled with energy, and the audience surged with excitement. Lucius felt the thrill of the moment, and perhaps for the first time, he glimpsed the possibility of a new kind of triumph, a fusion of the old and the new, a shared legacy that could honor both the Republic's spirit and the Empire's grandeur. But outside the arena, the senators plotted, their hearts heavy with the weight of lost power. Each triumph celebrated within the marble walls only deepened the divide, setting the stage for discord and unrest. Whispers of rebellion echoed through the shadows, hinting at a storm brewing on the horizon. The triumphs of one era seemed destined to clash with the aspirations of another, creating a tension that would not easily be resolved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rome turned from golden light to deep shadows, and the echoes of triumph filled the air, mingling with uncertainty. The story was far from over. It stretched like the Tiber itself, winding through the ages, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of a city that refused to be defined by a single moment. The triumphs of the late Republic and the Empire danced in the twilight, forever intertwined, forever unresolved. The sound of thunderous applause echoed through the streets of ancient cities, a wave of joy surging through the hearts of the people. It was a time of celebration, a moment that brought together not just victors but entire communities, united in emotion. Triumphs, in every corner of the vast Roman Empire, were not just events. They were the lifeblood of culture, steeped in tradition and passion. In Rome, the air was electric as a general, bedecked in a laurel crown, paraded through the streets. Citizens lined the cobbled roads, their faces lit with pride, tears mingling with sweat, as they witnessed the splendor of victory. Chariots drawn by powerful horses, pagans of the battlefield, glided by, each step thundering like the pulse of the empire itself. Colorful banners danced in the wind, each one telling a story of bravery and conquest. This was triumph at its grandest, but the essence of this celebration varied wildly across the empire. In the provinces, the triumph took on a different flavor, each unique to its people. In Gaul, the air was heavy with the scent of roasted boar and the sound of flutes. Tribes gathered in the forests, where warriors returned not only as conquerors but as heroes of their own stories. Their victories echoed through ancient trees, and around roaring fires, tales of bravery were told, each retelling igniting the spirits of the listeners. Here, the triumph was a celebration of identity, a reclamation of pride after battles fought not just for Rome, but for their own land. Meanwhile, the sandy shores of the Mediterranean witnessed a different spectacle. In the bustling harbors of Sicily, fishermen paused their nets to join in the celebration of a naval victory. The sea, their lifeblood, surged with excitement as boats decorated with colorful sails floated by, honoring those who had fought bravely against adversaries. The mingling scents of saltwater, spices, and ripe olives created a tapestry of sensory delight, an embodiment of triumph that was as much about survival as it was about victory. Farther east, in the sun-drenched lands of Judea, the triumph was imbued with a deep spiritual significance. As soldiers marched through the streets of Jerusalem, their armor glinting in the sunlight, the people gathered not just to celebrate conquest but to reflect on the cost of such victories. Each cheer felt like a prayer, a mix of gratitude and longing for peace. The triumph resonated with the unspoken hopes of countless hearts, illustrating that even in celebration, there was a profound sense of sorrow embedded within. In the north, the rugged landscape of Britannia shaped a more raw and visceral interpretation of the triumph. Here, the warriors returned from the wilds, their bodies marked by the struggles of battle, each scar a testament to their resilience. Villagers welcomed them with feasting and songs that echoed the clashing of swords. Underneath the celebrations, there was an undercurrent of rebellion. The triumph was both a reminder of Rome's dominance and a spark for the embers of discontent that simmered beneath the surface. The people of the empire embraced these variations, for each triumph carried a piece of their souls. In each locality, the triumph was a canvas painted with the colors of their histories, fears, and aspirations. The Roman legions might have marched under a singular banner, but the hearts of the provinces beat to different rhythms, each pulse vibrant with its own narrative. In the marketplaces of Carthage, merchants displayed trophies of victory alongside their wares. The clang of metal against stone resonated through the air, harmonizing with the laughter of children and the excited chatter of families. Here, a triumphant return was not just about military might but the promise of prosperity and abundance. The spoils of war brought forth not only wealth but also hope, infusing life into the bustling city. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues over the empire, the triumphs of the past intertwined with the present. In every corner, from the sun-soaked vineyards of Hispania to the snow-capped peaks of the Alps, there was an unspoken acknowledgement of the sacrifices made for these celebrations. Each festivity served as a reminder of the delicate balance between honor and grief, pride and humility. In the shadows of the amphitheaters, a quiet tension brewed. While the cheers rang loud, whispers of dissent began to linger, hinting at the fractures beneath the surface. As the legacies of triumphs unfolded, so too did the awareness of the price paid for glory. The empire, while vast and vibrant, was also fraught with complexities that would shape its future in unforeseen ways. As night fell, torches illuminated the faces of those gathered, their expressions a tapestry of emotions: joy, sorrow, anticipation. In the flickering light, the stories of past triumphs intermingled with the aspirations for what was yet to come. There was a belief among the people that with each celebration, they were not just honoring the victors, but also preparing themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. The triumphs were both a reflection of their strength and a harbinger of the trials yet to come. The tales were spun, and the night pulsed with life and laughter. Yet, beneath this vibrancy, the empire's heart began to beat an unsettling rhythm, one that hinted at the winds of change. As they raised their cups in a toast to heroes of the past, the people could not shake the feeling that the very triumphs that united them could also herald a future of division. Each region, with its unique interpretation of glory, held secrets that would soon unfold, reminding them that history was not just about victories celebrated, but also about the lessons learned in the shadows of defeat. And so, with every cheer and every tear shed in joy, a deeper narrative wove through the fabric of the empire. Each triumph echoed like a distant thunder, a promise that the story was far from over, and that the next chapter was waiting to be written, shrouded in both hope and uncertainty. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the blood-stained sands of the arena. Cheers echoed through the Colosseum, a roaring wave of euphoria rising to meet the heavens. Here, in this moment, the last great triumphs of the Roman Republic played out like a tapestry of glory and despair. Gladiators, clad in sweat and courage, fought for survival, their fates hanging by a thread. They were warriors and entertainers, heroes and pawns, and as they clashed, the crowd's emotions swelled, a tide of adrenaline that swept through every heart. In the stands, an elderly senator, hair white like the clouds above, clutched the armrest of his seat. He could feel the pulse of history in the air, a bittersweet reminder of the Republic's fading light. The cheers were a celebration, yes, but they also echoed the shadows lurking around the corners of power. A soft sigh escaped his lips. He remembered a time when the Senate was the heart of Rome, when decisions were made in chambers filled with the gravitas of debate and wisdom, not at the whim of an emperor's decree. The faces of men he once called allies flashed before him. Men who now stood in the shadows, plotting, scheming, waiting for the right moment to strike. Across the arena, a young gladiator named Marcus felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. His heart raced, the roar of the crowd a deafening symphony. He fought not just for victory, but for freedom. The life of a gladiator was not one of glory but of survival, and behind him, the sad faces of his fellow captives loomed large in his mind. Every swing of his sword was a cry for liberation, a hope for a future that seemed eternally out of reach. With every slash, he carved his story into the dust, desperate to etch his name into the annals of history. But the cheers that surged through the crowd masked an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty. Whispers of betrayal slipped through the cracks of the Colosseum walls. The Republic was gasping for breath, its mighty lungs filled with the poison of ambition and corruption. Power had begun to shift like sand in an hourglass, spilling from the hands of those who once held it. The ambitions of a man named Julius Caesar loomed over the city like a dark cloud, promising change but carrying the storm of upheaval. As Marcus faced his opponent, a beast of a man with eyes like flint, he could almost sense the changes swirling around him. With every strike, he poured his soul into the battle, a primal dance of life and death. But even as he fought for his life, he felt the weight of history pressing upon his shoulders. The crowd erupted as he struck his rival down, but the jubilation felt hollow, a brief flicker in the darkness that was beginning to envelop Rome. Amidst the revelry, a young woman named Livia stood in the shadows, her heart pounding as she watched the spectacle unfold. She was not here for entertainment. She was a witness to a changing world. The whispers of her father, once a proud senator, echoed in her mind warnings of hard times ahead, of the fall of the Republic. She had come to the arena seeking clarity, to see with her own eyes how the tides were turning. Each cheer of the crowd felt like a dagger to her heart. The triumphs were the last gasps before the dawn of tyranny. As the audience roared, Livia's gaze drifted over to a group of men in the VIP section. Powerful figures draped in silks and gold, their laughter tinged with malice. She recognized them as the key players in the political games being played behind closed doors. They were architects of a future that could either uplift or crush the very spirit of Rome. With every cheer, the stakes rose higher, and the shadows deepened. She could almost taste the desperation in the air, the fear of what was to come. On that fateful day, as Marcus raised his bloodied sword in triumph, he thought he had won. But victory in the arena was a mirage. The real battle lay beyond the sand, in the corridors of power where fate was being forged. The senators who clinked goblets of wine were not toasting to his triumph, but to the fear that gripped the hearts of the citizens. Fear was a powerful tool, and in the hands of men like Caesar it could shape empires. Suddenly, as if on cue, a loud crash echoed through the Colosseum. A messenger burst through the gates, his face pale and wild, the look of a man who had seen the end of the world. Silence fell like a shroud. The crowd's jubilation snuffed out in an instant. "The Senate is in disarray," he shouted, breathless and frantic. "The people take to the streets. We are on the brink of war." A ripple of unease coursed through the audience, a collective intake of breath. The gladiators, still caught in their moment of glory, exchanged confused glances. Marcus felt the ground shift beneath his feet. The arena that had once felt like a sanctuary now loomed like a prison. The cheers that had once lifted him were now a haunting echo of a world on the verge of collapse. Livia, heart racing, turned to leave, the shadows of the Colosseum chasing her as she stepped into the chaos outside. The streets were alive with turmoil, a storm brewing where the loyalties of the citizens were being tested. The people who had cheered for blood now sparked rebellion, their cries mingling with the tumult of history crashing down around them. As night fell over Rome, the stars twinkled like distant hopes, yet they paled in comparison to the darkness that threatened to swallow the city whole. Marcus, now just a name among many, stood in the arena, his sword still raised, yet inside him lay a seed of doubt. Was this truly victory, or merely the last dance before the music stopped? The air was thick with the scent of change, a promise that the dawn would bring an imperial era that would forever alter the course of Rome. And so, with hearts full of fear and dreams still ignited, they faced a new world where hope and despair intertwined, where the glories of the past whispered against the rise of a new dawn. The arena that had witnessed the last great triumphs now stood as a witness to the beginning of the end of an era and the birth of a new, uncertain future. The winds of fate howled, and the sands of time shifted, as history continued its relentless march forward, leaving behind the remnants of glory and the specter of a looming empire. The sun hung low in a blood-red sky, casting an ominous glow over a battlefield littered with the fallen. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and fear, punctuated by the distant clang of swords and the anguished cries of warriors. In this chaos, one name stood out like a beacon: Rome, a name that echoed through time, embodying triumphs born from the ashes of despair. The Roman legions, clad in their shining armor, marched forward with a precision that spoke of relentless training and unwavering discipline. Each step they took was a testament to countless strategies that had been crafted and honed over years of warfare. In the throes of battle, a commander, Lucius, stood on a small rise, surveying the scene below. His heart raced, not from fear, but from the intoxicating thrill of power and responsibility. Every decision he made would ripple through history, victory or defeat resting on his shoulders. He clutched a scroll containing battle strategies dictated by the great Julius Caesar himself, filled with diagrams that illustrated the art of war. As he glanced at the formations of his troops, the raw energy of anticipation surged through him like a lightning bolt. The Roman strategy was not merely about brute strength. It was a nuanced dance of deception and surprise. Lucius remembered the tactics used at the Battle of Alesia, where Caesar had trapped Vercingetorix, encircling his forces in a deadly embrace. The Romans had built fortifications and conducted feigned retreats, drawing the enemy into a false sense of security. The Gauls, confident in their numbers, had been ensnared like rabbits in a snare. The outcome was not just a victory. It was a turning point, a moment that reshaped the very fabric of Roman dominance. Yet, the thrill of victory was always shadowed by the specter of loss. Lucius could not forget the crushing defeat faced by Crassus at Carrhae. The Parthians, with their cavalry tactics and swift maneuvers, had bested the mighty Roman legions, leaving Crassus and his men in a graveyard of shattered dreams. The lessons learned from defeats were etched in the minds of brilliant strategists like Scipio Africanus, who had once turned the tide at Zama against Hannibal. Every triumph was steeped in the bitter taste of past failures, an endless cycle of rise and fall. With a sudden roar, the enemy surged forward, breaking Lucius's reverie. The clash of metal rang out like a symphony of chaos, the earth trembling under the weight of war. Lucius rallied his men, their faces set with grim determination. They moved in tight formation, a wall of shields and steel that advanced relentlessly. His heart pounded in time with the rhythmic beat of their march, each heartbeat echoing the resolve of men united under the eagle's standard. As the battle raged on, Lucius found himself at the very center of the storm. He fought not just for land or glory, but for the ideals of Rome, discipline, strength, and honor. In that moment, he understood the true essence of a Roman victory. It was not merely about defeating an enemy but inspiring loyalty, instilling fear, and forging a legacy that would endure beyond the lives of those who fought. The roaring cheers of his men resonating through the din of battle were a melody that spurred him on, each cry a reminder of what was at stake. But even in the heat of combat, glimmers of strategy danced in his mind. He recalled the clever maneuvers of the legions during the Punic Wars. The Romans had learned from their enemies, adapting and overcoming. They had discovered the power of the phalanx, then transformed it into the more flexible manipular formation, allowing them to respond swiftly to the ebb and flow of battle. The adaptability of Roman tactics became a cornerstone of their military prowess, a trait that would ensure their dominance for centuries. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Lucius spotted an opening, an unguarded flank. He seized the moment, shouting orders that rippled through his ranks. Like a well-oiled machine, the legion turned, striking swiftly and decisively. The world around him narrowed to this singular point of action, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he charged forward, sword raised high. The clash of steel met him with a ferocity that made his heart pound wildly, yet every swing felt like a heartbeat, deep, resonant, alive. The faces of those around him transformed into masks of determination, fear, and sheer will to survive. Each soldier fought not just for themselves but for their families, for their homes, for the glory of Rome that coursed through their very blood. The realization struck Lucius like a thunderclap. This was the essence of Roman warfare, the profound connection between the soldier and the empire they represented. Their triumphs were not merely recorded in dusty scrolls, but lived in the hearts of every man who stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to face the fires of battle. With every thrust, every parry, Lucius felt the weight of history pressing down upon him. He fought valiantly, each decision a thread woven into the fabric of Roman triumph. Victory was not guaranteed, but in the heart of every Roman was the unyielding belief that they could shape their destiny. And as the tide of battle surged and receded, the screams of warriors intertwined with the cries of glory, the outcome remained uncertain, electric with possibility. In this maelstrom of life and death, Lucius knew that triumph was not merely a destination but a journey, a relentless pursuit filled with struggle and sacrifice. The legacy of Rome was intricately tied to the battles fought, the victories claimed, and the lessons learned in the heat of conflict. His heart swelled with determination as he pushed forward, knowing that the echoes of this day would resonate through history, a testament to the spirit of an empire that refused to falter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, Lucius pressed on, ready to carve his name into the annals of history. The battlefield was alive with the energy of triumph and despair, a tapestry of human emotion intricately woven into the fabric of Roman warfare. The drumbeats of fate drummed ever louder, heralding the next chapter in this unending saga of glory and resilience. The grand procession wound its way through the streets of Rome, the air thick with anticipation and the unmistakable scent of victory. The people lined the cobblestones, their faces alight with fervor, their hearts beating as one with the rhythm of drums and the clash of armor. This was a celebration unlike any other, a triumph. A moment when a general, fresh from battle, would enter the city crowned with laurel leaves, his chariot drawn by proud horses, and flanked by soldiers who had fought and bled for the glory of Rome. It was not merely a parade. It was a visceral declaration of identity, a powerful assertion of what it meant to be Roman. As the sun cast golden rays upon the crowd, illuminating the banners that fluttered in the breeze, the air sang with the voices of the people echoing triumph. Roma! Roma! They chanted, their hearts swelling with pride. In this moment, every citizen, from the patrician to the plebeian, felt an unbreakable connection to their great city. This was more than just a celebration of military success. It was the very essence of Roman nationalism, distilled into one magnificent spectacle. The triumph was a reminder of their shared history, a narrative woven with tales of valor and conquest that resonated through the ages. The general, a towering figure of strength and determination, held his head high as he surveyed the sea of faces. Each one reflected the hopes and dreams of the Roman people, and their voices became a chorus of unity that bolstered his spirit. It was said that a triumph was not only a mark of personal glory, it was a validation of the Roman way of life, a reaffirmation of the values that bound them together. Honor, bravery, and loyalty were the threads that stitched the fabric of Rome. The triumph served as a vivid reminder that these values were alive and well, embodied in the flesh of their champions. Yet, beneath the surface of the revelry, there lay an undercurrent of complexity. The triumph was as much about power as it was about identity. The streets were lined with monuments and statues honoring past heroes, reminders of countless battles fought for dominance. To be Roman was not just to possess a piece of land. It was to wield power and influence, to expand the might of the Republic across distant lands. Each triumph brought with it the ghosts of conquered foes, their defeat ringing in the ears of the victors, an echo of the sacrifices made for the glory of Rome. The joy of victory was bittersweet, mingling elation with the silent weight of responsibility. In the moments of celebration, when the people cheered and the city thrummed with energy, the shadows of the past loomed large. Each laurel general was a symbol, not only of individual success but of the collective struggle of a nation that had faced adversity time and again. The triumph encapsulated a shared narrative of resilience, one that spoke to the very core of Roman identity. It was a story that stretched back through generations, an unbroken line connecting the present with the valiant deeds of ancestors who had forged the empire. As the general raised his arms to the cheering crowd, he felt the weight of their expectations. To them, he was not just a leader. He was a representation of their hopes, an embodiment of the Roman spirit. He remembered the faces of those who had fallen in battle, the friends and comrades who had fought bravely beside him. Their sacrifices were woven into the fabric of this triumph, fueling the flames of pride that burned fiercely in the hearts of the living. The thrumming of the drums grew louder, the jubilant cries of the people echoing like a heartbeat. Cloaked in the mantle of victory, the general understood that this was a fleeting moment, a single day of glory in the relentless march of time. Yet, within that ephemeral moment, the essence of what it meant to be Roman soared. The triumph was a visceral celebration of life itself, a communion of souls united under the banner of their city. Each cheer, each shout, was a heartbeat in the collective chest of Rome, a reminder that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the procession drew closer to the Temple of Jupiter, the air crackled with anticipation. The culmination of the triumph awaited them there, a sacred space that echoed with the prayers of countless Romans, past and present. The general's heart raced, knowing that this was not just a personal victory, but a sacred act of devotion to the gods who had guided them, to the ideals that had shaped their identity. With every step, the tension grew, a palpable pulse that ran through the crowd. And just as the general's chariot entered the temple grounds, a hush fell over the throng. Silence wrapped around them, a quiet filled with reverence, respect, and the weight of history. The sight of the altar, adorned with offerings and symbols of victory, sent a shiver down his spine. Here, in this sacred space, was the intersection of pride and humility, a moment where the triumph of the present met the legacy of the past. In that charged atmosphere, the general knew that he was a custodian of the Roman identity, a steward of a tale that transcended time. The triumph was not merely about individual glory but a fierce celebration of their shared essence, an unyielding spirit that defined the very core of what it meant to be Roman. The cheers of the people swelled again, filling the air like a powerful hymn that resonated through the ages, a call to arms that transcended the boundaries of time. As the first rays of twilight streaked across the sky, painting the heavens with hues of crimson and gold, the moment hung suspended, a promise of what was to come. The triumph, a swirling vortex of emotions, seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the city itself, an eternal reminder that their identity was forged in the fires of victory, tempered by the trials of history. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the story continued, an unbroken thread woven into the tapestry of Rome, leaving the air electric with possibilities yet to unfold. In the dimly lit chambers of ancient Rome, a crowd of thousands gathered, their faces alive with anticipation. The air crackled with energy, thick with the scent of sweat, excitement, and the faint hint of incense wafting from sacred altars. At the center, a figure stood tall, an emperor adorned in resplendent robes, his presence commanding yet familiar. With a single raised hand, silence fell over the throng, but murmurs of admiration and unease mingled in the shadows. This was not just a man. This was a myth, a carefully crafted image poised to manipulate the hearts and minds of the people. The emperor, a master of spectacle, knew the power of triumph as both a performance and a weapon. He basked in the glory of recent conquests, the spoils of war glittering behind him like stars in a night sky. The crowd roared, their voices echoing off the marble and stone, each cheer a brick in the edifice of his power. But beneath the surface of their adoration lay a stark truth. Triumph was more than victory. It was an art of persuasion, a tool to mold public perception. Behind the grand facade of victory, the emperor skillfully spun tales of heroism. With every story of battle, he painted himself as a god among men, a savior who had defended the realm from the clutches of chaos. Yet, history whispered a different narrative, stories of manipulation and deceit, of enemies crushed not through valor but through cunning. The public, swept away by the tide of emotion, seldom saw the churning waters of truth beneath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the emperor mounted his chariot. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he paraded through the streets, a living testament to the might of Rome. Citizens reached out, desperate to touch the hem of his garment, to glimpse a piece of the glory he embodied. Yet, in their fervor, they were oblivious to the whispers of dissent growing in the alleys, the silent resentment of those who questioned the cost of such triumphs. In the shadows, a group of disillusioned citizens gathered, their faces shrouded in the dim light. They spoke of the blood and treasure spent on distant lands, of families torn apart by war. The emperor's triumphs were not without sacrifice, and the sobering reality was beginning to seep into the cracks of the grand narrative. But the emperor was not blind. He was acutely aware of the fragile thread of public opinion. Each triumphant display was a calculated move, a strategy to keep the masses enthralled and compliant. The arena, a colossal structure built for spectacle, became the backdrop for the emperor's most audacious act of manipulation. Gladiators clashed in fierce combat, their sweat and blood a visceral display of raw emotion. The crowd screamed, their hearts racing with every thrust and parry. This was not mere entertainment. It was a diversion, a means to harness the collective emotions of loyalty and fear. With every victory of the gladiators, the emperor reclaimed a fragment of his power, reminding the citizens of his might and the security he provided. But was it enough? The tension in the city grew palpable, a tightrope stretched thin between loyalty and dissent. In the taverns and marketplaces, conversations shifted from adoration to skepticism. What was the real cost of glory? The emperor sensed the shift, the undertow of public sentiment beginning to swell. He knew he had to act, to reinforce the illusion of triumph that had served him so well. With dramatic flair, he announced a grand festival, a celebration of his latest conquest, a victory that in truth had come at a staggering price. The streets transformed into a kaleidoscope of color, the air filled with music and laughter, a cacophony meant to drown out the whispers of doubt. Statues of the emperor were draped in flowers, his face adorned on coins and banners. The people were swept away in the spectacle, their doubts momentarily forgotten. For a brief moment, triumph reigned supreme, but the threads of reality tugged insistently at the edges of the celebration. In quiet corners of the city, however, leaders of the dissent grew bolder. They began to weave their own narratives, painting the emperor's triumphs as hollow victories, mere shadows of true strength. They circulated pamphlets, whispered in darkened alleys, igniting a flicker of rebellion. The emperor's grip on power was slipping, and he could feel the ground shifting beneath him. Determined to crush the growing unrest, he unveiled a series of public displays, a parade of loyalty, where citizens were compelled to show their allegiance. The streets once more filled with the sound of cheers, but now the applause felt practiced, forced. In the depths of his mind, the emperor wrestled with the growing realization that triumph, while a powerful tool was a double-edged sword. It could galvanize the masses but also awaken the spirit of resistance. As he stood before the crowds, the emperor flashed a smile that masked his anxiety. Every cheer was a temporary bomb, but the cracks were beginning to show. The emotional weight of the moment threatened to crush him. He could sense the tide turning. Triumph could not exist in a vacuum. It needed to be nurtured, fed by genuine loyalty rather than fear. In his solitude, he reflected on the stories passed down through generations of other leaders who had used triumph as a tool, yet had ultimately fallen to their own hubris. The echoes of that history haunted him, whispering reminders of those who had failed to see the fragility of their power. He understood now that true triumph was not merely the absence of defeat, but the ability to inspire hope, to unite a people not just in adoration, but in shared purpose. But as the night deepened, the dissenters gathered strength, their voices rising in defiance. The tension hung in the air, thick and electric, a storm brewing on the horizon. The emperor's triumphs loomed large, yet shadows danced around him, reminding him that the narrative was not his alone to control. The crowd's allegiance was as fickle as the wind, and he was acutely aware that every proclamation of victory could just as easily turn into a cry for justice. And so, the stage was set for a clash that would echo through history, a battle not just of armies, but of hearts and minds, where the true meaning of triumph would be tested in the crucible of public perception. The emperor stood on the brink, poised to either solidify his legacy or become a cautionary tale, his triumph a fleeting moment in the annals of time. A hush fell over the crowd, the air thick with anticipation. It was the kind of silence that wraps around you, pulling you into a moment that feels both monumental and fleeting. The sound of a distant trumpet pierced through the silence, echoing like the heartbeat of history itself. A procession began, not in the streets of ancient Rome, but in the minds of those gathered, where the echoes of triumphs long past resonated powerfully. In the age of the Roman Empire, a triumph was not just a celebration. It was an explosion of pride and power, a ritualized spectacle that left an indelible mark on the fabric of society. Generals, adorned in laurel crowns, paraded through the city, the weight of their accomplishments evident in every stride. Behind them, the spoils of war, captured enemies, gleaming treasures, and the raw energy of victory flowed like a river of glory. Each triumph was a theatrical performance orchestrated with precision, where the city itself became a grand stage for the display of imperial grandeur. Fast forward to the modern world, and one can still feel the pulse of those ancient triumphs, albeit transformed. Today, the remnants of this glorious spectacle linger in parades, ceremonies, and celebrations around the globe. Think of the Olympic Games, where athletes are crowned with medals, embodying the spirit of competition and honor. The cheers of the crowd echo with the same fervor as those who once called out to their conquering heroes in Rome. In every celebration of achievement, there is a whisper of that ancient legacy, a reminder of how victories, both personal and communal, shape our identities. Yet, what does it mean to bear the weight of such history? The modern interpretations of these grand ceremonies are not just about the past. They are reflections of our shared humanity. Consider the countless stories woven into the fabric of these celebrations. Stories of struggle, perseverance, and ultimate triumph over adversity. Each person who steps onto that stage carries within them the legacy of centuries, a silent acknowledgement of those who fought and suffered for their victories. As the trumpet sounds again, breaking the stillness, the audience can feel a shift in the atmosphere. There is an undercurrent of tension, a realization that triumph is not merely about glorious victories, but also the darker shadows that lurk behind them. The captured enemies, once paraded as trophies, remind us of the heavy cost of conquest. With every celebration of victory, there lies a story of loss, a reminder that triumph often walks hand in hand with sacrifice. The Roman triumphs were filled with grandeur, yet they also exposed a raw truth about human ambition and the consequences that follow in its wake. This duality continues to resonate in modern times. In political arenas, leaders rise to power, often basking in the glow of public adulation. But beneath the surface are stories of compromise, struggle, and sometimes betrayal. The cheers that echo in stadiums or march through parade routes often mask a complex tapestry of emotions. Love, hatred, pride, and guilt intertwined in a dance as old as civilization itself. In art and cinema, the legacy of triumph has been reinterpreted to reflect contemporary themes. Directors and writers draw upon the imagery of Roman parades, weaving them into narratives that explore the human condition. The epic battles and grand victories are mirrors reflecting the struggles of modern society. Films depicting heroic journeys often echo the stories of those ancient generals, reminding audiences of their own quests for recognition and fame. The emotional weight of those triumphs can be felt in a single scene, an actor's performance, a cinematographer's lens capturing the essence of victory and its bittersweet aftertaste. As the procession continues, one cannot help but notice how these modern interpretations spark a fire within. They evoke a sense of hope, a belief in the possibility of triumph not just over foes, but over personal demons. Each modern celebration becomes a testament to resilience, to the human spirit that refuses to be extinguished. The stories of those who rise from ashes, the underdogs who refuse to accept defeat, are echoes of the same spirit that filled the Colosseum centuries ago, filling the air with a mix of anticipation and resolve. Yet, lurking in the shadows, there remains the question of morality. The grandeur of a triumph often obscures the darker sides of history. How many people suffered for the glory of a few? How many dreams were shattered in the pursuit of a crown? In the modern world, these questions are more pertinent than ever as societies grapple with their histories, seeking to reconcile past injustices with present realities. The triumphs we celebrate today are tinged with the complexities of acknowledging those who were left behind, voices that demand to be heard, stories that yearn to be told. The crowd swells, caught in a moment that straddles time, a reminder that triumph is not merely an end, but a beginning. With every cheer, there is an acknowledgement of the journey, the struggle, and the sacrifices made. The legacy of Roman triumphs lives on, not just in the grand spectacles, but in the quiet moments of reflection, the conversations held around dinner tables, and the stories passed down through generations. It is a legacy written in the hearts of people who strive not only for their own victories, but for a greater understanding of what those victories mean in a world still wrestling with its complexities. As the last echoes of the trumpet fade, a wave of emotion washes over the crowd, binding them together in shared humanity. The past and the present intertwine, creating a tapestry rich with meaning and resonance. In that moment, it becomes clear that the true essence of triumph lies not in the glory that is paraded, but in the connections forged and the lessons learned. The triumphs of the ancients remind us of our own battles, the victories yet to come, and the legacies we will leave behind. The air crackles with possibility, a promise that these stories are far from over, inviting the next chapter to unfold. An endless cycle of triumph and reflection that will continue to shape the world. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow across the crumbling ruins of an ancient city. It was a scene of forgotten glory, where time had wrapped its fingers around stone and left whispers of triumphs long since faded. Each cracked brick and overgrown vine held stories, tales of victories that once echoed through the air, and the silent shadows of those who celebrated them. In the remnants of Rome, an archaeologist named Sophia brushed away layers of dust, revealing a mosaic that sparkled with life. As she carefully unearthed the intricate patterns, her heart raced. The colors, vibrant reds and deep blues, told tales of chariot races and gladiatorial battles, celebrations that had once brought the citizens together in wild jubilation. The triumphs depicted here were not merely art. They were the heartbeat of a society that thrived on competition and honor. Nearby, a team of researchers excavated a forgotten amphitheater. Each scoop of dirt felt like unearthing a piece of a grand performance, where thousands had once gathered to cheer for their champions. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. What would they find? Suddenly, a glint caught Sophia's eye, a tarnished silver coin, bearing the likeness of an emperor, a symbol of victory and wealth. She could almost hear the cheers of the crowd, the clash of swords, the intense thrill of victory and defeat. Each artifact felt as if it were a time capsule, containing emotions and stories that transcended centuries. Across the sea, in the sands of Carthage, another story lay buried. As the sun set over the horizon, casting long shadows across the excavation site, archaeologists uncovered a massive stone slab adorned with inscriptions. These words, carved with care, celebrated the triumphs of Hannibal, the legendary general who had once shocked the Roman world with his audacious tactics. The passion of his victories radiated from the stone, breathing life into the stories of elephants crossing the Alps and battles that would echo through history. With each new find, the tension grew. Just when it seemed they might only find remnants of the past, a skeleton was uncovered, adorned in armor, clutching a rusted sword. The team held its breath, sensing the weight of history in that moment. Who was this warrior? What battles did he fight? The air crackled with the spirit of triumph and sacrifice, the essence of a life dedicated to glory. Back in Rome, beneath the shadow of the Colosseum, a hidden chamber was discovered. As the archaeologists descended into the darkness, torches flickering, they could almost hear the roar of the crowd above them. The chamber was filled with artifacts belonging to victorious gladiators, gleaming helmets, ornate breastplates, and even the remnants of their final battles. The echoes of swords clashing, the cries of victory, and the mournful tones of defeat reverberated through their minds. Each relic seemed to breathe, urging them to remember the lives entwined in the history of triumph. In distant Mesopotamia, a recent discovery revealed the remnants of a grand ziggurat dedicated to the gods of victory. The very air buzzed with a sense of sacredness as archaeologists unveiled altars where ancient rituals had taken place. They could almost feel the weight of the prayers offered here, the hopes of warriors seeking favor in battle. A bowl, shaped like a trophy, stood out among the artifacts, its surface etched with the names of those who had achieved greatness, forever immortalized in the annals of time. In that moment, the essence of triumph felt tangible, a force that connected civilizations across the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the skies with a fiery orange hue, another heartbeat of history was revealed. In the ruins of an ancient Egyptian temple, archaeologists stumbled upon exquisite wall carvings depicting the triumphs of pharaohs. These images narrated stories of battles won against foreign invaders and the divine blessings bestowed upon sovereigns. Watching the ancient figures come to life through the artistry, one could almost hear the chants of priests and the sounds of celebration that once filled the air. It was a reminder of the eternal connection between humanity and the triumphs that shaped their worlds. In the shadows of the past, the emotions stirred like a tempest. The thrill of victory, the pain of loss, the celebration of achievements, all intertwined in a grand tapestry that spanned civilizations and centuries. Each discovery resonated with the unyielding spirit of those who had come before, their stories waiting to be told, their triumphs yearning to be remembered. As night fell, illuminating the stars above, the different threads of history began to weave together. The voices of ancient Romans, Carthaginians, Egyptians, and Mesopotamians intertwined, creating an orchestra of triumph that echoed through time. There was a sense of urgency, a call to remember, to honor these victories that had shaped the very essence of humanity. Each excavation, each artifact, was not just an object from the past. They were living reminders of the spirit that propelled societies forward. The discoveries piled upon one another like waves crashing against the shore, building a narrative that refused to fade. The stories of those triumphs lingered in the air, a reminder that history is not simply a collection of dates and facts, but a vibrant tapestry of human emotion, struggle, and victory. As the archaeologists continued their work, their hearts beat in rhythm with the triumphs they uncovered, forming an unbreakable bond with those who had come before. And in that moment, under the vast expanse of the starry sky, the past and present collided, creating a swirling vortex of emotions: joy, sorrow, hope, and triumph. The unyielding spirit of humanity surged forth, a powerful current that promised to carry their stories into eternity. With every turn of the shovel, every brushstroke on ancient stone, the journey continued. These discoveries were not the end. They were merely the beginning of a narrative that would stretch across time, connecting the threads of triumph that bind us all. A chilling wind swept through the narrow streets of Rome, carrying whispers of the past. A time when gladiators battled for glory and emperors ruled with iron fists. The Colosseum stood tall, its worn stones echoing the roars of the crowd, a cacophony that could make even the bravest shiver. It was here, amidst the blood and sweat of fierce competition, that triumphs were born, moments that transformed ordinary lives into legends, written in the annals of history and echoed in the fabric of popular culture. In the arena, a young gladiator named Maximus fought not just for his life but for the love of his family, for honor, for a chance to reclaim his dignity. Each strike of his sword felt like a heartbeat, every cheer from the audience a surge of adrenaline. But it was not just the outcome of the battle that shaped his fate. It was the way the world would remember him, etched into the memories of those who witnessed his struggle and triumph. This emotional journey, one of countless souls, became the bedrock of stories told and retold, evolving into legends that transcended time. Across history, triumphs have taken many forms. From the victorious strides of athletes at the ancient Olympic Games to the world-shattering discoveries made by scientists, these moments rippled through the ages, creating waves of inspiration and pride that would find their way into the hearts and minds of people far removed from the events themselves. When the Greeks celebrated their victors with wreaths of olive leaves, they weren't just rewarding athletic prowess. They were weaving a narrative that would inspire generations to come. The stories of these victors became part of a collective identity, a tapestry rich with ambition and perseverance. As centuries passed, the depiction of triumphs transformed. Shakespeare penned tales of woe and victory, capturing the essence of human struggle and glory. Characters like Henry V rallied armies to fight against overwhelming odds, their journeys resonating deeply with audiences who found their own battles reflected in the ink of his quill. In each performance, the theater echoed with the hopes and dreams of those who dared to believe in something greater than themselves. Fast forward to the 20th century, where the world was captivated by the story of a humble man named Nelson Mandela. After 27 years of imprisonment, he emerged not as a bitter man but as a unifying figure, a symbol of resilience and hope. His victory over oppression ignited a fire that spread beyond the borders of South Africa, inspiring movements for justice and equality worldwide. Movies, documentaries, and books depicted his triumph, illustrating how one person's struggle can shift the tide of history and become a beacon of light for countless others. Each portrayal sparked emotion, reminding the world that triumph is not solely measured by victories in battle but by the power of the human spirit. The realm of sports, too, has its share of heart-stopping moments that have left an indelible mark on popular culture. Think of Jesse Owens, whose remarkable performance at the 1936 Berlin Olympics shattered preconceived notions of race and ability. In a stadium filled with tension, he leaped and sprinted, defying Hitler's ideology and bringing a sense of unity to a divided world. His triumph was captured in grainy black and white footage, yet it resonated through time, a testament to the strength of the human will and the fight against injustice. Each race he ran, each medal he earned was a story waiting to be told, a lifeline of hope for those who felt voiceless. The thrill of triumph is not confined to individuals, though. Nations have risen and fallen, their collective victories celebrated with fervor. The moon landing in 1969 marked a moment where humanity collectively held its breath, united in awe of what could be achieved. Neil Armstrong's first step on the lunar surface was not just a personal triumph. It was an achievement for all of mankind, an inscription of possibility for future generations. Popular culture embraced this victory, immortalizing it in films, music, and art, creating a narrative that echoed the ambitions of dreamers everywhere. As the world continued to change, so did the representations of triumph in pop culture. The rise of technology brought forth new heroes, from the unlikely champions of video games to the extraordinary feats captured in action films. Gamers found themselves fighting dragons, saving galaxies, and winning impossible battles, all while experiencing the elation of victory from their living rooms. These digital triumphs, often dismissed by adults, became the new mythology for a generation, intertwining with the age-old tales of heroism and victory in a fresh, engaging way. Music, too, played its part in narrating triumphs. Songs like "We Are the Champions" became anthems of victory, rallying people together in celebration of achievements, both big and small. From the raucous cheer of stadiums to the quiet determination in the hearts of individuals, these tunes became the soundtrack of success, echoing the emotions of personal and collective battles won. In every verse, there was a reminder. Triumph is not just a destination but a journey filled with trials, tears, and unwavering hope. Through the lens of pop culture, triumphs take on a life of their own, breathing emotion and inspiration into the stories of those who dared to dream. Each depiction serves as a reminder of what it means to fight against the odds, to rise after a fall, and to celebrate the victories that shape our world. Historical figures, athletes, and ordinary people become part of a larger narrative, woven into the fabric of culture where their triumphs continue to inspire new generations to chase their own dreams. As the stories of triumph stretch on, the echoes of past victories blend with the aspirations of today, reminding everyone that whether on the battlefield, in the arena, or in the quiet moments of life, the spirit of triumph is alive and well, waiting to be embraced in all its forms, always driving humanity forward, together. In the dying light of a summer's day, the vibrant streets of Rome echoed with the triumphant roars of the crowd, a symphony that could stir the very souls of those who heard it. The golden sun cast long shadows while the scent of victory mingled with the dust of the Forum, where generals returned from battle, adorned with laurel wreaths and armor shining in the fading light. Each triumph was not merely a celebration. It was the heartbeat of a civilization that wove valor and glory into its very fabric. As the cheers swelled like the tide, they carried with them the weight of history, a legacy that would ripple through time and shape the world. The Roman triumph was more than a parade. It was a sacred moment, blending politics with the divine, where the gods themselves seemed to smile upon the victors. In that fleeting instant, as the procession wound its way through cobblestone streets lined with jubilant citizens, the conquerors were not just celebrating their military prowess. They were forging a connection with the very essence of power. Their stories would echo through history, influencing empires yet to rise and cultures yet to be born. As centuries passed, the echoes of those Roman triumphs found fertile ground in the hearts of leaders and warriors across the globe. In the midst of the Middle Ages, knights donned their armor, their spirits alight with the tales of Roman legacies. They sought honor and glory, much like the legions of old, yearning for a day when their own names would be carved into the annals of history. The grandeur of Roman parades inspired their own tournaments, where the clash of swords became a dance of honor, a reflection of the triumphal spirit that had once filled the streets of the Eternal City. Across the seas, the rise of the Byzantine Empire bore the indelible mark of Roman triumphs. There, in the dazzling court of Constantinople, emperors embraced the traditions of their Roman predecessors. The grandeur of their ceremonies echoed the triumphs of old, intertwining military success with the divine right to rule. As chariots rolled down the avenues and the scent of incense wafted through the air, the Byzantine emperors understood that their legitimacy rested not just on power, but on the memory of those glorious parades that had once captivated a world. In the sun-soaked plazas of Renaissance Florence, artists and thinkers found their muse in the legacies of Roman triumphs. The stories of ancient heroes ignited a creative fire that birthed masterpieces. Leonardo and Michelangelo captured the essence of glory, their works a testament to human achievement, each brushstroke a homage to the triumphal spirit that had once coursed through Roman veins. As they painted and sculpted, they breathed life into the past, reminding the world once more of the power of victory and the beauty of human potential. But the legacy of Roman triumphs was not confined to Europe alone. As empires rose and fell across Asia, leaders looked to the past for inspiration. In the courts of the Mongols, Genghis Khan and his descendants absorbed the tales of Roman conquests, understanding that the might of the sword was matched only by the might of narrative. The triumphs of Rome became a blueprint for their own campaigns, a reminder that the hearts of people could be won not just by force, but by the stories of valor that inspired loyalty and awe. In the Americas, long before the arrival of Europeans, the echoes of triumph resounded within the great civilizations of the Aztecs and the Incas. They, 2. Celebrated their victories with ceremonies that mirrored the grandiosity of Roman triumphs. In their temples, adorned with gold and feathers, they honored their gods with tales of conquest and might, understanding that each victory was a thread in the tapestry of their existence. The lingering influence of Rome reverberated, transcending time and space, as these civilizations carved their stories into stone. Yet, even as the world moved forward, the shadows of Roman triumphs loomed large over the aspirations of new nations. The United States, born from a revolution that sought to forge its own identity, looked back to ancient Rome for inspiration. The Founding Fathers, with their grand visions of democracy and liberty, found in the triumphal legacy a model for their own celebrations of independence. Parades filled with marching bands, flags flying high, and the spirit of victory resonated in the hearts of citizens, reminiscent of the ancient celebrations that had once inspired empires. As the world turned through the 19th and 20th centuries, the grandeur of Roman triumphs continued to captivate. Fascination with the past birthed movements that sought to replicate their splendor. From the opulent ceremonies of European monarchs to the grand military parades of totalitarian regimes, the aura of triumph persisted, a testament to the power of spectacle in shaping national identity. But amidst the pageantry, the question lingered: what does it mean to truly triumph? In the ruins of ancient amphitheaters, where echoes of cheers once filled the air, the answer grew ever more complex. The legacy of those Roman triumphs had become a double-edged sword, wielded by those who understood the importance of grandeur, but often overlooked the very essence of what it meant to celebrate victory. It was not merely the spoils of war or the adoration of the masses, but the acknowledgement of sacrifice, the memory of those who had fought for a cause greater than themselves. By the time the world found itself grappling with the aftermath of two devastating wars, the question of triumph transformed yet again. The triumphs of Rome now stood as a stark reminder of both the heights of human achievement and the depths of human suffering. The echoes of celebration mingled with the cries of loss, creating a tension that reverberated through the ages, demanding reflection and understanding. As cities rebuilt from the ashes of conflict, the spirit of triumph rose like a phoenix, not just to celebrate victories, but to honor the resilience of humanity itself. The parades turned into symbols of hope, communities coming together not just to remember the past, but to forge a new path forward, carrying the legacy of Roman triumphs into a future intertwined with compassion, resilience, and unity. And so, the story continued, the legacy of Roman triumphs weaving through the fabric of civilizations yet to come. Each generation would take that spark of glory, that flicker of victory, and reshape it in their own image, ensuring that the echoes of ancient cheers would never fade, but instead resound with new meaning. Victory, it seemed, was never truly silent. It was a flame that could ignite the hearts of many, a celebration that transcended time, growing ever more profound with each retelling. The roar of the crowd echoed through the cool evening air, a wave of sound that seemed to touch the very heavens. Beneath a sky painted in hues of orange and purple, a legion of warriors, draped in laurel wreaths, marched forward with pride glimmering in their eyes. This was not just a celebration. It was a triumph, a moment where effort met glory, and spirits soared with the thrill of victory. Ancient Rome, a time when the pulse of humanity thrummed to the rhythm of conquest and courage, witnessed these grand spectacles that left an indelible mark on the tapestry of human experience. In the grand arenas, the air buzzed with anticipation. Citizens lined the streets, their breath held in unison as they awaited the sight of their heroes returning home. The triumph, a procession of unmatched splendor, unfolded like a living painting, each stroke richer and more vibrant than the last. On chariots adorned with gold and silk, generals paraded their spoils of war, the clinking of gold coin and the shimmer of precious gems casting a spell of awe. As the first glimpse of the victorious leader emerged, a collective cheer erupted like a thunderstorm, resonating with the very essence of human joy. This ancient ritual was not merely a display of power. It was a profound testament to resilience, sacrifice, and the deeply rooted connection between triumph and community. It spoke to the hearts of the people, reminding them that in victories, whether on the battlefield or in life's myriad challenges, There lay shared dreams and collective hopes. The laurel, a symbol of peace and victory, graced not just the brows of the victors, but the hearts of those they represented. It was a moment where everyone could bask in the light of success, where the triumph of one became the triumph of all. As the procession wound through the cobblestone streets, adorned with banners and flowers, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The laughter of children mingled with the tears of mothers, each person swept up in the joyous celebration that echoed through the ages. Every song sung, every cheer raised, was a thread woven into the fabric of history, crafting a legacy that would be echoed in countless cultures to come. The very act of celebration transformed the triumph into something sacred, a ritual that transcended time and space, binding generations together in a shared narrative of victory. Fast forward to the present day, and one can still feel the resonance of those ancient triumphs in modern celebratory rituals. Sporting events pulse with the legacy of those Roman victories, where athletes are celebrated not just for their feats, but for the spirit they ignite in their fans. The Olympic Games, a direct descendant of the ancient Greek festivals, carry the torch of triumph, blending competition with festivity. The Olympic flame, a flickering symbol of hope and unity, whispers the stories of ancient champions, connecting past to present in a seamless flow of human spirit. The parades that fill our streets today are echoes of those grand processions. Cities erupt in color and sound, a vivid tapestry reflecting the joy of achievement. Consider the vibrant floats at Mardi Gras, the joyous celebrations of Independence Day, or even the cherished moments of a graduation ceremony. Each of these events carries the essence of triumph, transforming personal victories into communal celebrations. They reflect our shared values, hopes, and dreams, reminding us that each victory, no matter how small, is worthy of recognition and joy. As the familiar strains of a triumphant anthem play in the background of modern celebrations, one can't help but feel a ripple of ancient energy coursing through the crowd. The cheers, the laughter, the tears, they are all part of a continuum that stretches back through time, linking us with those who stood before us in their moments of glory. There is a pulse, a heartbeat, in the way we gather to celebrate that transcends generations, binding us in a collective experience that speaks to our deepest longings. Yet, in the shadow of every triumph lies the weight of struggle and sacrifice. The stories of those who fought for their victories, who faced the odds with unwavering resolve, remind us that celebrations are not just about the victories themselves, but the journeys that lead to them. The ancient Roman triumphs were steeped in the shadows of battles fought and sacrifices made. In modern contexts, this resonates powerfully. Each celebration is a reminder of the obstacles overcome, the dreams pursued, and the resilience shown in the face of adversity. As fireworks light up the night sky, the echoes of laughter and cheers fill the air, and the spirits of those ancient warriors stand alongside us, watching with pride. They inspire us, reminding us that every celebration is a tribute not just to the individual, but to the collective spirit of humanity. This legacy continues to shape our rituals, intertwining our stories with theirs, creating a chain of triumphs that flows through the ages. In every toast raised to honor accomplishments, in every moment of silence to remember sacrifices, there lies a connection to the past, a reminder that we are part of something much larger than ourselves. The thrumming of drums, the clapping of hands, the cries of joy, they are all links in a chain that binds us to our history, echoing the triumphs of those who walked the earth centuries before us. The emotion in the air is palpable, a living testament to the idea that triumph is not just a moment. It is a tapestry of joy, sorrow, and unyielding spirit that continues to inspire and uplift. The rich history of triumphs shapes our world today, infusing our celebrations with meaning and depth. With every modern festival, every shared moment of joy, we carry forward the essence of those ancient rituals. It is a story that refuses to end, a tapestry continually woven anew with every laugh, every cheer, and every tear of joy. As the night unfolds, the echoes of history blend with the sounds of today, crafting a future where every victory, large or small, finds its place in the grand narrative of humanity. The dance of celebration continues, vibrant and alive, inviting all to partake in the timeless rhythm of triumph. The roar of the crowd echoed through the streets, a cacophony of joy and exhilaration that rivaled a thunderstorm. Heroes, draped in victors' garlands, strutted through the city like godly figures descended from the heavens, their faces illuminated by the glow of torches. This was a moment suspended in time, where history danced on the edges of glory and defeat, where the pulse of a civilization thrummed alive in the wake of triumph. Each cheer, each shout, was a reflection of centuries of hope, struggle, and dreams spun into reality. The Roman triumph, an event steeped in grandeur, famously welcomed returning generals after decisive victories. As the procession wound its way through the streets of Rome, adorned with laurel wreaths and gilded chariots, the air thickened with the scent of incense and the sound of jubilant music. Citizens gathered, their hearts racing as they witnessed history unfold before their very eyes. The victor paraded through the Forum, a space that pulsed with emotion, where statues stood like silent witnesses to the exuberance that filled the air. For them, this wasn't just a celebration. It was a sacred act, a moment to honor the gods and the sacrifices made for the glory of the empire. Yet, across distant lands, different cultures expressed their victories in ways that revealed the rich tapestry of human experience. In ancient Greece, for instance, victory celebrations at the Olympic Games were nothing short of a divine affair. Athletes, having trained for years, stood triumphant in the arena, their bodies glistening with the sweat of hard-earned glory. As they received their olive wreaths, the cheers of the crowd, mingled with the sacred hymns sung in honor of Zeus, wafted through the air like a sweet perfume of triumph. It wasn't just about winning. It was about the very essence of human spirit, the celebration of excellence, and the reverence for the gods who bestowed such gifts upon them. In contrast, across the ocean, the indigenous tribes of North America celebrated their victories through vibrant and colorful powwows. These gatherings were not merely about the triumphs in battle, but also honored the connection between the people and their lands. Dancers adorned in intricate feathers and beads would move in rhythmic harmony, their feet barely touching the earth, invoking the spirits of their ancestors. The beat of the drums resonated like a heartbeat, uniting generations in a shared celebration of life and victory. Here, triumph was not just a personal achievement but a communal experience, binding everyone together in a tapestry of traditions and stories passed down through time. As civilizations evolved, the nature of victory celebrations transformed, yet the core emotions remained intact. The Middle Ages brought forth the jubilant tournaments of knights, where valor was celebrated amid the clang of armor and the cheers of noble ladies. The air was thick with excitement as knights showcased their bravery in jousting matches. Each lance aimed not just at defeating an opponent, but at winning the admiration of hearts. The pageantry of these events was unmatched, blending the thrill of competition with the romantic allure of chivalry, as the tales of heroism echoed through castles and villages alike. In Asia, the Chinese celebrated victories with festivals that echoed the harmony of their culture. The Lantern Festival, for instance, was a spectacular display of light and color that not only marked the end of the New Year celebrations, but symbolized the hope for prosperity and good fortune. Families gathered to create beautiful lanterns, each one carrying wishes for the future, illuminating the night sky with dreams and aspirations. As fireworks exploded overhead, the laughter and joy of families mingled with the warmth of community, creating a celebration that transcended the mere act of victory, reminding everyone of the bonds that strengthen society. Amidst these celebrations, the pain of defeat lingered subtly, weaving its way through the joyous moments. Every victory was shadowed by struggles fought and lives lost. In the streets of Paris, during the aftermath of a hard-won battle, celebrations erupted with a bittersweet edge as citizens raised their glasses, toasting to fallen comrades who would never again walk among them. The joy was tempered, a reminder that triumphs are often paid for with deep sacrifices. It was in these moments that the true depth of celebration revealed itself, a tapestry woven with both joy and sorrow. As time marched on, even the modern-day celebrations echoed the sentiments of their ancestors. The World Cup, for example, has become a global phenomenon, uniting nations in a fervor of hope and anticipation. Streets erupt in joyous chaos as fans, draped in their country's colors, sing and dance, celebrating victory as if it were the very essence of life itself. The emotions run high, blending anticipation, joy, and pride into a swirling mass of humanity. Each cheer a heartbeat, a reminder of what it means to belong to something greater than oneself. In the quiet moments that follow the celebrations, as the last echoes of cheers fade away, the weight of history lingers. The triumphs of one culture reverberate with the struggles of another, forming a mosaic of human experience that transcends time and space. Each celebration, in its own unique way, becomes a testament to resilience, a tribute to the spirit of those who dream and fight for a brighter tomorrow. The air hangs thick with emotion, tension pulsing through every moment, as if time itself holds its breath, ready to exhale into the next chapter of human history. The essence of victory, celebrated across cultures, forms an eternal bond, a connection that reminds us that no matter where we come from, we share a common thread woven through the fabric of our existence. The next celebration awaits, beckoning with the promise of new stories, new struggles, and an unending desire to triumph against the odds. The streets of ancient Rome echoed with cheers that seemed to shake the very stones of the Forum, a cacophony of voices that celebrated not just a victory, but a monumental achievement. Citizens, draped in togas and armed with dreams of glory, surged forward, their hearts beating as one. They had gathered to witness a Roman triumph, a spectacle where the air was thick with excitement and the promise of greatness. As the golden chariot rolled through the city, pulled by magnificent horses adorned with plumes, the air shimmered with the essence of history, a moment that would linger in their memories forever. Amidst the vibrant colors and the intoxicating sounds, the triumph was more than just a parade. It was a ritual steeped in tradition. It marked the culmination of a general's hard-fought battles, his sacrifices, and the bloodshed that paved the way for Rome's expansion. The stories of those who fought valiantly, men who faced death with unwavering courage, echoed in the minds of the spectators. Each victory was a testament to resilience, a reflection of a civilization that understood the weight of ambition and the cost of glory. As the procession moved forward, the conqueror sat high above, draped in laurel leaves that symbolized victory and honor. Yet, amidst the jubilant cries, a whisper of melancholy floated through the crowd. For every triumph celebrated, there were countless souls whose names faded into the shadows of history, warriors who paid the ultimate price. The cheers for victory often danced hand in hand with the silent tears of remembrance. The triumphs were not just about military prowess. They were woven into the very fabric of Roman identity, a complex tapestry that intertwined glory with grief, ambition with loss. In that moment, the people of Rome recognized that these events were not mere spectacles. They were enduring symbols of a society built on the ideals of strength, power, and justice. Each triumph served as a reminder of what it meant to fight for one's beliefs, to push boundaries, and to lay the groundwork for future generations. The lessons learned in the arenas of battle were imprinted onto the hearts of the citizens, urging them to carry forward the torch of resilience. They understood that the triumphs of Rome were more than stories of conquest. They were the lifeblood of the empire, a source of inspiration that would reverberate through time. The impact of these triumphs reached far beyond the borders of the empire. They influenced cultures, shaped political ideologies, and inspired leaders long after the last chariot had rolled through the streets. Thinkers and rulers throughout history would look back at Rome's grand displays of power and ambition, drawing lessons from the strategies employed, the alliances forged, and the battles waged. The story of Rome became a blueprint, a narrative that echoed in the ambitions of those who sought greatness, from medieval kings to modern-day leaders. They realized that triumph was not merely about victory over enemies, but about celebrating the spirit of humanity, the relentless pursuit of dreams despite the odds. Even as the empire faded, the echoes of those triumphs resonated in the halls of power and among the storytellers of generations to come. They found their way into literature, art, and the very ethos of societies that sought to understand concepts of honor, loyalty, and sacrifice. The grandeur of a Roman triumph acted as a mirror, reflecting the desires and struggles of humanity, igniting passions that would fuel revolutions and inspire movements. It connected people not just to a distant past, but to each other, reminding them that the same ideals that drove the Romans still pulsed through the veins of their own societies. As dusk fell over the ancient city, the flickering torches illuminated remnants of the triumph, casting shadows that whispered stories of valor and dreams unfulfilled. The triumphs became a ritualistic celebration of not just one man's victory, but the collective aspirations of a civilization that dared to dream. It urged people to remember where they came from, to honor the sacrifices made, and to forge ahead into the unknown future, filled with both promise and peril. The allure of a Roman triumph was not confined to the past. It remained a living concept, reverberating through the ages. Each new generation found ways to reinterpret and reinvigorate those ancient ideals, crafting their narratives of triumph in their own battles, whether personal or political. Through art, philosophy, and even modern celebrations, the spirit of Roman triumph lived on, reminding humanity of its capacity for greatness, its ability to rise above challenges, and the unyielding belief that victory is not merely an end, but a beginning. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the city lay beneath a blanket of stars, those ancient triumphs turned into whispers of hope for the future. They urged people to strive for greatness, to remember that every achievement carries with it the weight of those who fought, who loved, and who dreamed. In the hearts of those who walked through the echoes of history, the legacy of Roman triumphs continued to inspire, challenge, and ignite the flames of ambition, urging them to write their own stories of victory against the backdrop of an ever-unfolding world. The circle of triumph remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring significance of an empire that believed in the power of dreams and the glory of victory, echoing on through time, never truly ending, but merely transitioning into the endless stories yet to be written.